All right, here we go. Teams are ready. Here is your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. ConX5 jumping in for some Capture the Flag in this mixed mode event. First time we've seen Capture the Flag in a while. We'll do our best to keep up with the action. We're going to have 10 players in here. We'll give you a quick look at the teams while they get in position early on. It's a fairly, despite the name Quick, it's actually not a very small map. It's kind of a narrow map. We're going to bounce around mid here just a little bit, see if we can't get you a view of that shield belt spawning first. You still got 30 seconds. Looks like you might have some players try to grab the flag first. 100 armors did get grabbed. Not much of a fight in mid over yet. We're going to have blue flag moving. We'll go on board with it. Going to be in a difficult position there. Rockets coming out, taking him down. Yeah, this is a very, very tight base to get out of. And if the enemy team decides to put 2 players on the flag, it can be really a pain to get it moving. All right, so we do have 3 seconds till this belt spawns. Red all over it. You see them 3 players on top of it. No problems getting that. Also 100 armor on their side as well. We'll go on board with Crytek, who has that belt. We're going to see what he tries to do. See him bouncing around looking for the defenders. Oh, almost eats a rocket. And this is another one of those things to keep in mind with this base, is that there's a lot of places for the defense to hide. So you can get ambushed very easily. They can be up top, it can be behind you. So let's go on board. We actually have the blue flag moving. That's not moving very far. Crytek's going to grab that first amp. We're going to go on board with him now, trying to get that 50 armor. Finally does. Has a sniper rifle in his hands. We know he's deadly with that. Oh, up close, though. Gets shredded by Webfaster's flag. That'll give him that amp. Let's go back on board with that amp, see what he decides to do with it. Nice, patient shot there, lining up the Instagib. And it's a smart play. He's gonna, die and drop the amp for a few more seconds. But that perch, that sniper perch overlooking mid, is so valuable. You can just see so much coming into your base, crossing mid. So let's take a look at what some of these bases look like. Got the blue base here. There we go. Right as I say that, red flag moves. But you see what I'm talking about. You come into the base from mid, and the defenders can be hiding in so many spots. You do have a few different entrances, but you have defenders sometimes up top there on the rafters. You can get there from this lift. See that cheeky lift jump? That could be something that we see. Ooh, I thought Crytek might be doing it right there. You have another lift right there. He jumps, wall runs backwards. Smart move to back the defense up into his cover, and now I don't think they know which way he went. He's completely juked them. He's going to be out in mid. He's outrunning the camera here. He eats a couple rockets. Oh, now he's in a tough spot by this corner. Does have some backup. Great cover so far. Crytek goes down. Can they get the pickup? Someone's got to have their translocator out. Exquisite's going to have it. He's in his base. We're going to go on board with them. Their flag is moving, though, so this won't be an automatic cap here. They're going to have to find 59 next. He's in base. Has Webfaster in front of him. He goes down to a rocket. Amp is in play. We'll go on board, though, with the red flag as that flag got returned. He's back in his base. 1 player to beat. Clutch grab there by Cabo, and that's going to have the flag moving back down. So fast and furious action here. Crytek with the amp to try to clean things up for himself. He's down to 1 HP. Can't get the kill. Everybody down. Webfaster will have it. And after all that, not a single point on the board. Both teams, we saw the near cap and then the near rebound cap, basically. It was sort of a, maybe both flags were in one base. They flipped the other direction. Neither team coming up with a cap there. And given how close that, given how close each team was to capping there, you got to feel they're both okay, but they're both feeling okay about breaking even, but they need to come back and get control. You've got this belt spawning now. Double kill by Crytek. So look at that. 200s and a 150 on the armor side here for LATAM. So Red's going to be rolling in here, seeing what they can get moving. They're plenty stacked. Crytek's going to have the flag already down to 17 HP. He's going to be looking real weak. So it looks like he's going to back off. He's with this 100 armor. I think he's going to try to grab this amp. Very dangerous, so he needs some health on top of that. Oh, one shot coming out. But what can they do with it? He's in the base. He goes down, and that's going to drop the amp right back to blue team. They're going to be able to defend with it. This is such... It's not an easy map to get the flag moving to begin with. When you give amp to the defense, it just makes it that much harder. So at the 5-minute mark, left in the first half, nice fallen combo by Avalanche. One of those where you make a nice frag video highlight reel combo and do absolutely no damage. More armor. Again, look how stacked red team is compared to blue. LATAM here has just been dominating. I don't know if they're explicitly timing all of these armors or if they're just running their routes through them and making sure to keep an eye, but they're definitely picking up way more. Take a quick look at the scoreboard here, though. Score certainly not that important in Capture the Flag. It's all about that caps, and right now the only numbers that matter are 0 and 0. So I know we have the opportunity for ties in the rule set here, but I don't know. Nice combo there by Smirgle, trying to clear a path for his flag carrier. 59X going to be back in mid, pistoning the piston wall run right across mid. Smart play. So he pistoned, but he landed right in some health. Takes 2 sniper shots, but gets in base. Most importantly, down to 35 HP. He's getting up to 40. Once that 100 armor, it's going to be so critical, and his cover takes it from him. He might want to pass his flag. Their base is pretty dirty. He's got a path in front of him, but he's got 2 red players on him. He's going to go for the flag. He gets denied on the stick. Oh, if he had passed that flag to his teammate with the armor, you figure maybe he would have had a chance. Another last-second denial. We've had some close calls for both sides in this game already. So Crytek grabbing amp. It seems like he's always got amp sniper rifle in his hands. Hasn't really been able to stack up on armor, though, with it. You see the flag moving, but 59X is going to have that amp. We'll go on board with him. Oh, mid-air rockets there by Exquisite. Somebody go back and clip that one. Didn't get the perspective on it myself, but we do have live replay. Yeah, right around that 315 mark, Exquisite with those air rockets coming out to defend himself. Doesn't get anywhere with the flag, but that was a nice one. So Crytek here, he's going to get the flag. Moving down low. You know, he might double back here. They're going to be cutting him off. We'll see over his shoulder a little bit. He's heading out to mid, rockets from behind. I think those were friendly. He's got plenty of cover, and he jukes right around the defense. The defense couldn't get the body block on him. Nice pickup here by his teammate, but he's going to be on the run, stuck in a corner, and that is just... Once you get knocked into those corners in mid on this map, it's just a mess. There's not a whole lot of options to move out. We'll head over to the red base. See what they're doing. It looks like we've got Gabo up top. Not sure if he's a dedicated defender or was just falling back. Looks like we got Chris Powa in base. He might be a dedicated defender. Crytek grabs the amp again. I feel like he's had every amp here. Let's go back on board with him. As you see, red flag gets touched, but not much happening. Crytek's going to try to make something happen, but with low health, he just hasn't been able to combine amp with any amount of armor so far this game. If he does, that could really be what they need to break through. Got the flag moving low, cover coming from behind. Great move by Matt to hesitate, but he's going to turn the corner in the sniper area, and they're just waiting. Avalanche with the back-to-back sniper shots erases that attack. Avalanche picking up a belt that might have been the first shield belt that Blue has grabbed. We don't see that on the scoreboard. But I feel like LATAM, the red team, has been all over the armors. Still nothing to show for it, though. We're down to a minute and a half in this first half. Still nothing to nothing. We've seen 3 or 4 very close calls, a few last-second denials. 59X getting the double kill. Flak can work wonders in this map, trying to get out to mid. There's so many opportunities to turn a corner and blast someone. Speaking of which, turns a corner and he gets blasted. And that flag gets returned. So 1 minute left in the first half. We will play a second half where we reset. And this might end up in a tie if it's still tied up at the end. I know that there are provisions for ties in this rule set for this tournament. I don't know if we're actually going to play to a tie or if we're going to play till somebody scores. So we might see overtime. We'll find out. This time, Matt's going to grab the amp. Only 13 HP. There's lots of health in mid on this map, but you see him just taking shots left and right. That's a smart play. You don't want to let any of these high-level aimers get into your base with an amp sniper rifle. Oh, it's exactly where Matt is. One shot, 130 damage. He's got 3 defenders in front of him, though. He's going to go down to the bio rifle. 59X will have that. He's on offense. He may decide to sit back. I think we've seen him running the flag, so he may just decide to sit back. With 5 seconds left in the half, they might just want to keep their base clear, reset, and get going in half number 2 coming up here right about now. Yeah, you can see, look at that, 8-1 shield belt pickups, 19-16. So the large armor pickups, blue has actually been getting their base pickups. Twice as many small armor pickups though, and look, 6-0 U damage, although only twice as much time with the amp. So red dominating the pickups all across the board. Blue though has been able to help neutralize that. I have no ability to pause. I do not have any admin capability. Looks like they're gonna sit one. I think they had a disconnect. Looks like that was Exquisite, I believe. And can confirm 59X does appear to be sitting. Smurgle here guarding him or whatever. He's picking an odd spot to, I guess that is kind of a out of the way spot. It looks like the pastel's coming back in. Not sure if that's a player or not. I don't know if they put a password in the server. So this will be an interesting scenario if he's not their replacement. In any case, flags are moving, flags are returned. Also, what's up, Ice Guy? I saw you up there. A lot of action going on, though. This particular game mode, Capture the Flag, you got 10 players bouncing around all over the place. I don't know why 59X is so worried about getting killed. Okay, so it looks like the Pastel is their replacement. Cool. I thought it might have been a random because it was a different person. That would have been a fun scenario. Good on them, though, for having a backup ready to jump in and sub. Back in the day, that's how we played things, right? You had someone sit up in coaching mode and spectator, and then just ready to jump in. But the Pastel jumping in now. We're back to 5-on-5. Crytek's got an amp again. I don't think blue team has picked up an amp off the spawn all match long. Crytek pushing his way into enemy base. He does have that amp sniper rifle. Only a few seconds left, though. Not much happening with it. We'll go aboard with this red flag that's moving, but he's always in mid, eating a ton of damage. He goes down. That flag gets returned. This is a map, too, with the narrowness of mid. It's very easy to drop back and to just cut off that flag run. You're going to see a lot of that swarming. You might need to see some defenders ready to push out to mid. This is one of the maps, personally, I would consider, especially getting late into a match like this that's tied up, I would consider putting one defender in the flag room and then one pushed up to the doorway to try to be in position to help control mid and push up if the flag gets out that far. Hey, Farmer X, appreciate that tip. It doesn't sound like it made the, I'll work on that. It doesn't sound like it made the alert noise. Again, sorry about that. OBS decided to reset all my settings right before the stream, so I will make sure that we get those fun alert noises added if I get a chance today, but if not, after the tournament for sure. I can just say godlike myself every time. Then my voice will be dead by the end of it. So Avalanche, meanwhile, did take an amp. I think this is the first time blue has snagged an amp off the spawn. He's got a little bit of armor, too. Something that red team hasn't been able to put together as an amped armored flag runner. Gets a couple big shots off. Gonna fight his way into mid. Has some cover. He's gonna go down, but he has a pickup man. He goes down. Where's that flag? Looks like it gets returned. Not a bad run there. That was probably as threatening of a run getting out to mid as we've seen. But again, though, this is just such a... It's such a narrow map. You're never safe. You never feel like you have your back to a wall and you can see everything in front of you. You're always getting shot from behind. You know, the name Quick almost implies how you have to play it more so than the size or speed of the map. You just have to basically outrun players. We haven't seen a ninja run yet. That is something you can do. If you get in here, take out the defenders, make them push out to mid. You can hide in their base, grab a couple armors, wait for your defense, or wait for your cover to come up and shoot the defense in the back and mid, and then maybe clear a path. Think something like some of the bigger maps, like the orbitals. This is almost shaped like an orbital, but smaller. Same kind of concept. If you get into base, you kill out the D, they're going to respawn in front of you. You might want to just wait. Just take about 3 seconds to not move with that flag and let your cover come back into play. In any case, we'll see if that scenario happens. Matt this time picking up the amp. And once again, I mean, LATAM owning these amps, but not getting much armor behind them, really limiting how threatening they can really be with them once they get into the base. The Pastel's going to have a couple of seconds of amp time, gets one shot off, couple of kills in mid. He's going to be pushing into their base, trying to push him off of that armor, but only 13 HP. A couple of enforcer shots will take him down. Under 5 minutes to go, still tied up. These flags have been moving a decent amount. And look at LATAM again, completely stacked up. 200s, two other players over 50 armor, doing a great job of owning the pickups just across the board. Crytek now going to try to frag his way out. He's got rockets behind him. This is a great map to run with rockets. We saw flak before. I think running down low, taking the flag low into the rocket area and spamming rockets behind you is actually a great move on this map. Meanwhile, we got the flag out to mid. The Pastel's running it towards his shock. He's going to have players descending up in front of their base. Remember, we talked about sending a player around the opposite side. He's going to be moving with this flag. He's got players behind him. Eats a flak ball. We're going to back up. He's back in his base, waiting for that return. Crytek off camera, grabbing that amp. Oh, I think he killed himself to pass that flag and reset himself. So we've got a flag in base on this side. He's going to have cover behind him. Webfaster's coming up from behind. He runs away from his cover. This could be a dangerous move. He's got a one-on-one by the sniper rifle. Eats a rocket. Eats another one. He goes down. Flag returned. And the other flag dropped it. It gets returned. Both flags back in base. Simultaneous flag returns during that standoff. That could have been the one that broke the game open for either team. And yet again, neither one can capitalize. Oh, hey, San, appreciate that, man. I think I may have disconnected Streamlabs from, Yeah, Adram, there's definitely a bind. For any of you who don't know, you'll see it more in some of the other game types, and Team Deathmatch especially, but you can drop the flag, you can drop amp, you can drop boots, right? It's kind of interesting. People don't think about that kind of thing, but it can actually come in handy. You're not usually going to pass boots and capture the flag, but certainly passing the flag can be helpful. Ooh, Crytek balling himself in the face there. So we're seeing these flags get opened up a little bit, heading out to mid. Flags you see, I mean, you can hear the announcements. Flag grabbed, flag dropped, flag grabbed, flag dropped. It's not easy to say that fast. Meanwhile, Matt with another amp. Oh, I think his trans might have got killed there. Ew, and then his face got killed. So he's painting the walls. Webfaster's going to have that amp on defense. It's probably going to lock down that flag till the top of the minute. Red flag gets moving. Meanwhile, we'll go on board with that. Taking it low. Nice flak ball, but goes down. Chris Power, you see him getting the sharpshooter. So it looks like we've got belt up now. Matt waiting for it. Perfect timing. Probably no surprise. They've owned the power-ups. I mean, they finally gave up an amp grab in the second half here. Not many shield belts have gone Blue's way either. Take a quick look at the scoreboard just to look at big numbers that don't mean anything. But despite running the map, still no caps here for LATAM. So see what they can make happen. We've only got 2 minutes to go now. If you're going to push an extra attacker forward, push a defender in the mid, whatever you want to do, now's the time to do it. Both flags are out. We'll go on board with the blue flag. Trying to get out of base. Rocket's going to eat him up. Oh, down to 23 HP. He's pushing through amp area, bouncing back and forth. Are they going to get to the return? Is he going to get the pickup? He gets the pickup. Crytek right on top of it. He's going to be running back into base. Oh, and he eats a rocket. Looks like he dove right into that corner. You really have to know this map very well. If you're going to go down in mid, you pretty much need to run it backwards and be able to defend yourself. And so you really, really have to practice this map and have your movement down to where you sort of have a sixth sense Perhaps the second most important one. Map sense. See Amp coming in here, trying to clear things out. Blue right now playing heavy defense, though. Maybe just trying to defend against that Amp runner. We're going to see them try to crack through. They've got the flag moving down low. This could be a scenario where he backs it up. I like this, the double back. He's going to have his way now with the defense. He's got the defense looking away from him. He's going to dive into mid against 2, though. Rockets up close, takes him out with the shock. This could be their opportunity if he can get around this corner. He has to break that line of sight. He's got a minigun on him. Shock in front of him, desperately needs teammates to clear a path. He survived somehow through mid. His teammates are cleaning up. He's in base. He goes down, the double kill by Webfaster. That may have cleared it right there. Flags go back, and Webfaster with the clutch double kill combo as the enemy flag was going back into their base. That would have been the match right there, I should say the map. Instead, he cleared it out. And we are reset right now. Back in overtime. I believe this is going to be sudden death now. And Alpha, I'm not actually sure. I see it's the UPug's modified version of Quick. Largely, it seems to me to be stock. Like, in other words, there's no... I don't see any, like, weapon changes or anything like that. Lost my ability to... There we go. Double kill coming out. So Crytek in base, a multi-kill with that headshot. Another one. Crytek going nuts right now with the flag in his hands, but he has to get out. Oh, so a multi-kill by Crytek with the amp. Still couldn't get the flag moving. We're going to see some Instagib in this tournament, and that was a little preview right there. Crytek playing Instagib in their base. Still couldn't get the flag out. You really can't solo run on this map. That's a good question, Adrum. I don't know if they're going to let them just call it a tie at some point. Crytek now with 150 armor, waiting for Matt to grab some armor. Once again, Latam completely stacked. And this could be their problem. You see Crytek going in and get another double kill. Crytek turning it up right now, but he's going to be running right into 2 defenders. Nice job, though, by Matt clearing him out. He'll have a chance to turn this corner. And this could be their best opportunity so far. He had a ton of armor. He took a bunch of damage, but that allowed him to stay above 100 HP. He's going to be in his base. Oh, and he goes down. So blue flag going to be in mid. They're still trying to bounce around. Meanwhile, Webfaster's got the red flag, and so while they were completely focused on trying to get that flag across, Webfaster grabs it. Oh, dives straight into a combo. So we do have an amp on board. Crytek again. Ooh, and eats another combo. We're seeing some very nice prediction combos so far in this game. Seems like every time someone's in a great position to move the flag or go on an amp run or something crazy, they just get eaten alive by a combo. We do have this flag out in mid. Matt's got it on board. He's going to go down. Crytek with the pickup. We saw him trying to cover. Nice rockets to clear a path in the base. This could be their opportunity to end it. He's throwing rockets behind him. Enemy players coming in up top. He needs one more step, and he gets it. And Latam. Look at that domination on the bottom right side of the map. Just completely owning the map. But credit to the blue team there. Able to fight them off despite having armor disadvantages most of the time. 19-2 belts. Huge amp advantage, and still was just a back and forth tug of war. So very, very tight matchup here. Map 1, though, going to go to Latam. That, of course, being the capture the flag portion of this matchup, this mixed mode match. You actually saw there 33 grabs by blue despite being out-fragged by 50. So pretty decent work there by blue team. I mean, being out-fragged, you know, being out-timed, I suppose you'd say. More than double the amp time for Latam. But still, getting the flag moving more and really have their opportunities. Both teams were a couple of steps away. I think we saw 3 or 4 last-second denials on the stick. Even more opportunities in mid where players were past the halfway point and just couldn't get that one extra kill. One rocket away so many times. So I didn't see if they were going to re-host or... Oh, it actually says right here how you pause the game. Now I didn't see if they're going to re-host or go to a different hub. Okay, it looks like they're just going to re-host real quick. Gotcha. Different rule set, different game modes, etc. Oh, so there you go, in overtime to kick us off in map 1. Well, Sam, the problem is one thing that you can't do in this game is chat to players as a spectator. So we're playing CTF Rankin, an interesting one. This map was originally made in 2K4 as kind of, I won't call it a sort of an experiment. So Grindle Keep was, of course, arguably the most popular, maybe the most played Capture the Flag map in UT 2004. Based on Grindle Keep, the 2003 deathmatch map, which I think a lot of people consider fairly mediocre as far as deathmatch maps go. For whatever reason, they realized if you clone it, radially mirror it, works out great. So all of a sudden, people started trying that with other maps. You see, Rankin, of course, was worked on. I think they rotated it basically around the lightning gun amp area. You saw CTF Goliath come out to play, even with a teleporter on it, which was really interesting. You had a few different examples of people basically doing the Grindle thing with different maps. So an example of that, kind of interesting. I think it got a decent amount of play in Instagib in 2K4 actually, which is probably why we're seeing it here. So the thing to keep in mind with this map, let's see if we've got, not a... So for whatever reason, I have lost the ability to go into... Oh, there's no preset camera. Gotcha. Okay, I was trying to go into free camera mode to give you guys a view of the map, but unfortunately there are no preset cameras, so I can't cheat the system. That's how you do that in warm-up mode. But yeah, it looks like there's been a couple of changes here from default Rankin. It looks like, it is still mirrored kind of around, it looks like more of that shock lightning gun area. You can see it's radially mirrored. It's not a flat flip. And again, we are going to be playing Instagib, so line of sight, all those angles and everything going to matter. Even more so than in Capture the Flag. We saw a lot of rockets and flat coming out on quick, especially in that base. And a lot of flag runners getting bounced around in mid, really key to that map. I think that's one of the reasons I actually kind of like that map, is that it's not hit scan dominant. Definitely hit scan can be very powerful, especially across mid, but once you get into the base and around those corners and the corridors and getting bounced around in mid, like we saw some of those flag runners, flak and rockets, huge on that map. Not going to see any of that here. Straight up point and clicking. You got to figure LATAM's going to be, despite their pings, a really formidable opponent in any kind of hit scan based scenario, whether that's Instagib, Sniper Arena, an open map with lots of hit scan weapons. Certainly wouldn't want to play them on deck. I think I'm going to call them a mild favorite here, though of course pings are always going to be an issue. All right, looks like they've got everyone in the server. Maybe just, I think the Squizit was going to do some testing to see if there was any more issues on his side. He definitely had a crash in the middle of the last map. All right, everyone is in. Players are ready. And we're going to be getting the Instagib Capture the Flag kicked off. Here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. ConX5 bringing you some Instagib Capture the Flag. We'll try to head over to the base, get a view. You can see it's CTF rank in here. So flags are going to be, well, you see, kind of above that rocket area, if you will. A couple of different changes to make this map a little more navigable, I guess you'd say. Looks like we're going to have one defender. It's going to be Barracks or Barks on top of the flag. Follow blue flag. He's going to go down. Of course, being Instagib, we're going to see some really fast and furious map action, or excuse me, a flag action like we saw last map. A lot of pickups, drops. We'll try to follow the flags and not the individual players so that we're not just getting bounced around with the camera. Looks like, though, Matt with the sneaky run right across the right side of the map. Nobody getting an angle on him. His teammate bounces him backwards, but it's not going to stop him. Matt going coast to coast. I think he was untouched. So credit, you see Krytek on a killing spree. We'll follow him for a bit. Credit his cover. He grabbed the flag and basically just had a free run across the side of the map. So he took the slightly slower path there, it seemed. But he had such good cover, nobody was able to keep up with him. So great job sealing that map by LATAM. And an early cap to break this one open. We saw them back and forth, tug of war, struggling to cap on the first weapons capture the flag map. Ended up leading us into overtime. We'll see if that opens things up a bit, because now if you're the blue team here, you can't really be too careful here. Or I should say, you don't want to be too careful. You gotta stay aggressive, because at the very least you gotta tie it up, and they're one step away from doing that. There's one kill, needs one more right here. Chris Powers underneath them. Somebody's gotta take him out. They do. He drops down and gets killed, but a split second too late. Great job with the answer. And we're back 1-1. Matt, meanwhile, has the flag again, looking to defend himself. Drops down, shooting behind him. Avalanche, clutch shot to get the kill, but it looks like that flag's still moving. They're gonna have it in their base. They're gonna be a step away, and there it is, back and forth. I thought these teams might struggle to get across mid in this map, but they're doing a really good job of sealing. Once their flag runner gets into mid, really doing a great job of clearing a path for them. So back in the lead is LATAM. We'll give a quick look at the scoreboard. Matt, you can see, I believe the scoreboard takes into account caps, so not strictly looking at scores. If Matt already had 69 kills at this point, might call shenanigans. Guess who just remembered that they could increase the speed of the camera with the scroll wheel? So we'll give you a quick look at mid. Both flags are kind of safe at the moment. It's kind of what it looks like if you're familiar with Rankin. Definitely some changes here. It's mirrored sort of, like I believe there's a shield belt or amp that spawns there in weapons. It's sort of mirrored around, I guess that high sort of link gun ramp that would normally be here. It might be the technical area where it's actually mirrored around. So anyway, we'll get back into base, but I wanted to give you a quick view at what you're looking at. They've also got a little bit of change here. So this is that back bio area. They've extended it and split it a little bit just to give players a little bit more room to work with. I think maybe to give also some spawn areas. Of course, Instagib Capture the Flag. Spawn killing can be a big problem, so probably for the best. So it's definitely inspired by Rankin, but also quite a few changes made to make it kind of, I guess, more of an elongated map. So give you a look at the scoreboard again, kind of quiet after some quick action. 3 caps in 3 minutes back and forth. Both teams, you can see where their players are. Both teams playing a little bit more reserved. Nobody in blue on the red side of the map right now. They're finally going to push across. We'll see. We'll see if anyone's threatening blue flag at this point. Oh, it looks like we've got Exquisite coming in low. He's going to grab and head around the right side. He goes down immediately, 2-1. He gets 1 kill. Second player gets him. We'll go on board with the defender first person now, see what they're seeing from their perspective. And you can see that they kind of split this map up. I think that's probably the most natural approach, is to go left and right. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have one player on the left side, one on the right side, and they're going to leave the low approach open. You do have that ramp to get up high. We'll see if anyone decides to take advantage of that. That might be one interesting attack vector, coming down low, using that ramp to go back up high mid. It's always interesting to me as someone who played, actually got my start in UT playing Instagib Capture the Flag. Played a ton of defense early on. It's always interesting to me to see the routes that players take, because that's usually what you'll do. You'll kind of get into the groove of a route that you take basically to see, I don't know, you almost feel like a guard in Metal Gear Solid or something. You're like trying to see as many angles and cover as much of your section of the map as possible within that route. And you also want to be a little bit unpredictable, because if you're an attacker and you know that someone bounces around the same corner every time in the same order, you can definitely ambush them and get that first shot off and walk right into the base. You can see the angle there across towards that, what I'll call the bio hallway. A right side exit. Saw him coming up top. He goes down. Squizit's going to be in the base, but can he make anything happen? Looks like he may have gone down. We see him respawning across the base, and both teams really settling into some defense now. I don't think we've seen a flag grab in a minute to 2 minutes after seeing 3 caps in the first 3 minutes. There's a grab. We're going to go on board. Never mind. He's down. That is the nature of Instagib, though. We're going to try to stick to the flags more so than the flag runners, just because they're going to go down and pass that flag so quickly. And yeah, I would agree with that. It feels a little bit more like a map inspired by Rankin than just straight up Rankin. Definitely the architecture. Lots of elements. You do see the triple team there. So, and that's the problem with running that flag to the right. So we saw Matt take that route early on and go basically completely untouched across the map. But when you head that way, you can see they don't have the entrance there. The only entrance that way is here. You have such a long run where someone can just pop around that corner and blast you. There's really not a lot of room to maneuver, I should say. But this right here is very important if you are trying to, because if you can get around this window and stay on this side, those defenders are really going to only have one more shot at you when you cross that line of sight. And then all of a sudden you're in your base. So if you're going to take that path, you basically have a critical 2 to 4 second run to try to make it to that blocking cover. So under 3 minutes to go in the first half. Red right now, 2-1 lead. Give you a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, both teams playing pretty conservatively at this point. Oh, it looks like we do have a blue player inside red base. We'll head over to that red flag. Actually, we're already there. There's the grab. Web pass. If he can get one more kill, and he can't. Chris Powa cleans them up. It's so dangerous to dive down and go midair like that. It's tempting. You want to, make the action, slow motion dive with the explosions behind you, Bruce Willis jump. But when you're in midair, you have basically no air control. I mean, I think you have, what, like 10% air control in this game? Whereas when you're on the ground, you have 100% air control. So it's always so dangerous. It's such an easy trajectory once you dive off down like that. So both bases right now pretty quiet. We'll head over to red. There it is, moving now in Avalanche's hands. He goes down immediately. We're seeing a lot of falling back now by both teams once that flag does get grabbed. More to the point, I think what they're doing is they're just calling in when someone gets in. So we'll take a look up close to see what I'm talking about here. So red can watch a lot of these entry points across this section of the map. And as soon as someone gets past it, they can call to their teammates, hey, one coming in right, 2 coming in right. And then other people can just dive out, cut them off, and then they can shoot them from both sides. And I think that's what you're probably seeing is a lot of that to really slow down the attackers. You see Avalanche here. He has to get 2 kills just to get into their base. And you can take a look at the score, or take a look at the map, I should say. And that's what you're seeing, right? Red has 4 people on their side right now. Blue has 5 on their side. Looks like red going in for a grab, though. We'll see. And I think Squizit got taken out. Killing spree now. And that's why you're seeing these killing sprees as well by the defenders really all over the place. It's very easy as a defender to get the first shot when you're just fighting one player at a time. You really, especially in Instagib, it's really important to get 2 or 3 people in. We're not seeing either team willing to commit those kind of resources.
30 seconds left.
And it looks like we're going to go into the half 2-1. I don't really see either team pushing very hard. Actually, red pushing 3 people in now, but blue falling back. Only got 1 left alive. Gabo's on a rampage. We're definitely going to curse him here. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. So Caster's Curse in full effect. Good to know that that's still active. Nothing's changed there.
8, 7,
And it looks like that flag going to stay secure. Both sides pretty clean at the moment. Oh, actually gets it moving at the last second. Crytek going to keep it alive, but there's the return, and we are at halftime, 2-1. And all three of those caps coming in the first 3 minutes, a really, really fast start. Look at that flag held time. Only a total of 77 seconds of flag held time, but only 14 grabs. So 3 caps and 14 grabs. You can see LATAM definitely out-fragging them, not surprising. I think they definitely are going to be the favorite as far as just your pure point-and-click hit scan aim ability. But, again, only 2-1. Blue definitely has a chance to come back in this one. The question is, when do they decide to go all in? When do they either... I don't even say pull a defender, because right now they're not even just defending with 2 players. It's more like telling their attackers to go past the midpoint, right? To really just, like, let go of that tether back to their base and commit forward. Matt, meanwhile, gets the flag across mid again. Oh, they catch him. That's that angle from behind that I was talking about. Flags on the ground. You can see got it up high here and just got hit from behind. Critical to hold that top area so you can cut off like that. That was probably the last shot they would have had on him. That was actually a super clutch kill. Because if LATAM goes up 3-1 here, they can definitely turtle up for the rest of the game and probably win it, honestly. So it's tricky here because Blue definitely doesn't want to go down 3-1. It might be one where they just play conservatively for a few minutes to kind of get their feet underneath them, kind of get comfortable again in the second half. But certainly they're going to need to do something to be more aggressive. 59x on a killing spree. We've seen a ton of killing sprees this game from both sides. Red flag picked up and dropped. Didn't even have time to head over to it. But we'll head over to that red flag. I mean, this red flag is the one that's going to need to get moving. We're going to see a change in the lead here. Chris is going to be on defense. We'll check out his perspective. And you can see how far forward he's pushing, all the way into that, what I think of as the flak room. And just cutting people off from all angles, knowing exactly where they are. Great communication. LATAM, of course, going to be a team that's very familiar with each other. I don't know how much Instagib Capture the Flag they play together, but certainly players that have played together a ton in the past few years. Chris on a killing spree. Not afraid of the caster's curse. And we're going to stick with him for now. Again, he's defending the operative flag. This red flag is going to determine the match one way or the other. If blue can get it moving, we might see a tie, maybe another lead change. Yeah, I mean, LATAM, they do have a ping disadvantage here. We're playing on a North American hub, so nobody has a great ping. Blue, largely European players. LATAM, largely Latin American. Instagib in this game with high ping is surprisingly playable. It's not great. I mean, all sorts of things get weird when you have high ping. From your movement to weapon switching, which obviously isn't a factor here, but definitely nothing feels quite as crispy. But with the rollback and the kind of compensation that they have in this game, it can be playable. So largely seeing the beginning of the second half looking a lot like the end of the first half. Very conservative play by both teams. Take a look at the players' positioning. One player threatening in the blue base. Nobody really in red. And I'm kind of surprised to see blue team playing this carefully this long. I thought they might start the half off, fairly conservatively, kind of basically just want to eat time off the clock. Because what you don't want to do, you don't want to commit too many resources too early. So let's say blue went all in, right? They throw 4 people on offense. Oh yeah, so the bracket command will bring you to the brackets for this. It's not so much a bracket, it's sort of a round robin. We're going to play 3 matches. I'm not sure why Streamlabs is confused by that. Maybe I fat fingered it and threw a question mark in the bot command, but anyway, there you go. Also keep in mind that it doesn't appear we're actually playing the matches as ordered on the website, so keep that in mind. I believe we have Latam versus Samix. So we'll see how that shakes out after the match. We'll let the admins figure that out. So Flag moving, but stopped in its tracks. And you can see the ambush, the crossfire right there. Avalanche getting shot from both directions. We do have red flag moving, though. We'll go on board with it. Gonna be heading down. Oh, that wide open flag area, so dangerous. 2 players behind him. 1 goes down, and they get the kill. That's as close to a cap as we've seen in probably 5 minutes. Getting almost to that halfway point. In an Instagib, especially, given that you don't have translocators to catch back up, it's so critical. Just getting to that halfway point to where your team is going to respawn closer to that flag pickup than the enemy team. That's just, it's crucial. Once you get to that halfway point, mathematically, you know, you should be getting that cap. And they just couldn't quite get over the hump there. See, bodies just exploding all over the place. This red flag still feeling nice and cozy. We'll go take a look at the blue flag. So Matt going to be playing a little bit of offense. So Latam not completely resting on their laurels. They're not just playing turtle style. Oh, turns the corner and gets blasted by 59X. Oh, and a kill right on the flag. They do have Webfaster in there. Chris Power, though, erases them. Avalanche is in here. So I think the problem, too, that Blue's having, and this is not uncommon in Instagib, trying to get their attackers in sync together. Oh, nice. Nice take of that lift. Defender went down the lift right as he went up, and Chris Power may have saved the cap with that shot. You saw him go right up the lift right as 2 defenders were down at the bottom of it. I think Chris had dropped down the lift right as he took it. I think he may be trying to steal the lift from him. He would have been gone there. Remember, Instagib, no way to catch back up. There's no translocator there. Chris would have had to take that lift jump, and try to get up top. And so Avalanche had a great opportunity. Matt, meanwhile, has the flag moving. We're going to see what he's seeing from his perspective. Players trying to catch up. He's got no one between him and the flag stand. This could be the deal. Sealer's got 1 more person to beat. He gets the cap. And that was a critical cap right there for Red. Under 3 minutes to go. Blue now, all strategy kind of goes out the window at this point. You can't take your time. You can't be safe in any way. At this point, you're all or nothing. You almost push your defenders up to mid at this point. Or put 1 person on the flag and play 4 offense. I mean, at this point, 3-1, you haven't had a close call as far as a cap in 8 minutes or so, 7 minutes. At this point, you're probably thinking, pull the goalie, play 4 offense, maybe play for a flag standoff, and try to win that 50-50 coin toss scenario. You just need anything to get things rolling, get things kind of shifted, because right now, they are running out of time. Yeah, I'll take a quick look at the scoreboard as we wind this one down. Latam's certainly going to have the frag advantage. No pickups for them to control this game like they did last game, but most important are those caps. We're going to be running low on time, 1.5 minutes to go. It's going to be getting close to the point of mathematical impossibility here. It's going to take probably, this is a reasonably long map to run. You're probably looking at 15 to 20 seconds to cap. And you can see Red now backing into their base. They still have somebody playing offense. That might be Matt. He stayed pretty aggressive this whole time. You see 4 attackers for Blue going in, swarming that Red base. It's basically 4-on-4 though, and that's going to be the problem. Matt, though, with the smart play, keeping them honest. You got to play at least 1 player back in their base, and you can see the response by Blue. They put 2 or 3 people to go back, peek at their base, make sure they didn't give up another cap, but that just wasted time, took time off the clock, and now, under 1 minute to go, I don't think they're going to have time to run this flag twice. So it looks like Latam gonna win this first match. We do have a flag run here by Webfaster. If he can get across the map, they might have time. If they have someone ready to cherry pick, he's in his base. Nobody between him and the flag stand. We can slam this one home. Oh, he gets killed on the stick. It's sitting right there. They do get the score. They have to move this flag now, and they do. Defender was up in the enemy base. They pulled every defender. They had 5 on offense. Now only 22 seconds left. They have to swarm. The entire blue team has to be attacking right now. You can see they are putting everybody in there. They have to get this flag moving, and once that timer gets down to 0, they can't let it return. So here we go. We are in, 3 seconds to go. And I think that'll be the game. Nobody waiting to jump on the flag. And that'll be GG. So they made it interesting at the end there. Blue capping in the first couple minutes and then the last couple minutes and nothing in between. That third cap by LATAM that we said so huge to give you that extra buffer. So a pretty significant kills advantage for LATAM, not surprising. Actually more grabs by Blue. Just not as many opportunities. I mean, really neither team had as many opportunities as they did in the weapons in that map 1, where they were able to get the flag in the mid fairly consistently and then just got taken down. This one, both teams really holding up, playing some solid defense. In the end, LATAM wins. And I'll try to get you over to the... Oops. We'll disconnect out of that. Try to get you over to the brackets here. So... So I'm not sure what's going to happen with the reporting. It looks like DW maybe had to bow out today. It looks like everyone's getting 2-0 victories over them. That, I believe, was LATAM versus Samix, but the website doesn't seem to agree. So we'll see what they decide to do there. I mean, Samix and LATAM were going to play in round 3 anyway. So maybe they'll just report that down there and then just play the rest of these matches in, you know, whatever order is necessary. Oh, it looks like so we are going to be playing all 3 modes in each match, it looks like, just in case we need tiebreakers. Okay, I was curious about that. So we are going to see then a Blitz map coming up next. All right, so there's the clarification there. It looks like we're going to be playing all 3 modes, all 3 matches, because each one will be a potential point. So LATAM could get 3 points out of this matchup. Still 1 point on the board here. So we will be playing then all 3 in every match. Looks like we've got a Meltdown coming up here as the Blitz map. Be playing that here shortly. I'm going to take just a quick break for 1 minute while these teams get up here, and then I'll be back to kick this one off. So don't go anywhere, or you need to run to the bathroom or grab some Pop-Tarts or something. Be back soon because those players were all certainly around, so it shouldn't take long to get this one up and running. All right, looks like we have 10 players in the server, so should be getting kicked off here shortly. Again, we saw weapons, capture the flag, map 1, LATAM taking that one on quick. Instagib capture the flag, map 2, LATAM taking that one on ranking. So 2 points on the board for them. We are going to go by total points for this playoff system, so we're going to play every map. Third one here will be Blitz on Meltdown. I think everybody should be in the server ready to go here. I guess we can talk about this map a little bit for anyone who hasn't watched me cast Blitz in the past or hasn't played Blitz. We're not going to dig too down. To explain every game type in this tournament would be a little overwhelming, but for anyone new to it, Blitz basically is almost like attack and defense. One team's going to be attacking, trying to take the flag to the other team's base. You see the attacker spawn at the bottom side of this map, defender spawn at the top. That blue icon up there, that's where you're trying to take that flag to. Now what'll happen is we have all of these control points, these rally points around the map. Once the attacking team can capture those sort of control point style, they'll be able to respawn there. They'll be able to rally there. So essentially what'll happen is the offense is going to be trying to maintain forward spawns by continually rotating through and capping these points because they only last for a certain amount of time. And you have to capture those with the flag runner. So one player will hold the flag. Whoever has the flag at any given moment can capture those points. Flag runner dies, that flag will be on the ground. Instead of being returned, because it's not going to be returned in the same sense as traditional capture the flag, but what'll happen is it'll slowly bounce back over time, kind of like a cart. And you're like cart pushing, payload objectives from other type games. Similar kind of concept. It'll basically bounce back over time. So the attackers will be trying to make progress, continually push forward their spawn points by controlling these rally points, and then ultimately capture the flag in the base. The defenders will be trying to prevent that. The defenders will not be able to spawn forward. So it's going to be harder and harder the longer the map goes on for them to get further across the map. So there's sort of a natural spawn rolling action there. At the beginning of the map, they'll be able to be way up front and kind of try to keep them off. Once they die, they're going to have to run all the way back across the map. So there's a time element to it as well. Every time a defender dies, they're going to have to burn some time getting back into the play. As well, every defender has a limited amount of lives, so you'll see that come into play. specifically towards the end of rounds, the player runs out of lives and they're eliminated, all of a sudden it's 5-on-4. If the player runs out of lives, or the player is down to 1 life, you might see them play a little more defensively, a little less aggressively. A lot of strategy in play there. Sometimes you'll have teams look at their lives and say, hey, if Bob has 4 lives and everyone else has 1, maybe Bob can be extra aggressive. He can push forward, try to get around behind the enemy players. And if he goes down, then that's a decent risk. You certainly would rather have 5 players with 1 life than 1 player with 5 lives. You want as many guns on the field as possible. All right, we got 10 players in. Seeing the GLHFs coming out, I think we might be ready to kick this one off soon. I'll crank down the music a bit. And player's gonna go ahead and ready up, so we're going live. All right, so Blue gonna be on defense here. Give you some X-ray vision. And we are live. Gabo's going to have that flag first. You see him pushing across. Probably not going to be in any hurry to dive into any opponents now. Pushing forward here pretty carefully. Do you have that first control point right around the corner? You can see Smirgle going down on it. In the top of the screen, you'll see the number of lives left for those defenders. 2 kills already on them. So a pretty good start here for the attackers already. 4 kills on the defense, and again, those defenders are going to have to be running all the way back across the map. It's going to cost them precious time. This second control point going to give them access to arguably, in my opinion, maybe the most important control point of the map. Right over here on Cliffs. You see Blue Team trying to defend it. You have that armor spawning right there. It's also kind of the halfway point. And defenders all over the place. Grenade launcher right there spawning. Lots of grenades. Just trying to take out anyone trying to turn that corner. Red team, meanwhile, happy to back up and take that control point. You will have damage amp spawning right now. Matt has it in his hands. We'll go on board with it. Oh, the mid-air. Was that a jump boot or a lift jumper? I wasn't quite sure. I'm so used to playing elimination. I think everyone's got jump boots at all times. Anyway, Matt pushing forward. Great job pushing forward with this amp. Just doing some damage. If nothing else, he wants to turn the defenders around. And in this case, he's also eliminating lives. Look at how many lives they've lost in the last couple minutes. Already a termination at the 3-minute mark. They still have a minute to push forward. Gabo's going to have the flag in his hands. You can see him actually pretty much happy to just continue pushing these spawn points forward. Give you a quick look at that map on the right side. Give you an idea of how far back he is. He's right around the halfway point of the map. 35 seconds until the time winds down, and they've only got 2 stars instead of 3. So he's going to want to make a push here soon. So flag goes down. We're going to try to catch up with it. Every defender went down, though, and red team scored. We'll get the instant replay here. I was looking up to try to find a defender to cover, and they all went down immediately. I'm not sure what happened, but the blue team just got wiped. Big kill right there. Another combo comes out, another combo, and Crytek just walked it in. So that explains why we didn't see anything. Everyone went down in just at the exact same time, and unfortunately for the defense, that means everyone's respawning. No one had time to step forward and do anything. A blistering pace there by LATAM. That's going to be very difficult for Blue to keep up with. So LATAM trying to do their best to put a 3rd point on the board. Again, it's not just a best of 3. There are 3 total points on the board, so every game type matters equally. LATAM trying to finish this one strong. Certainly a good effort in the first round. We'll see what Blue can do here. See them pushing through tunnels. Pretty standard start. We've seen a lot of teams lately, though, decide to start tunnels, and if they see a ton of defense like they do now, back off and go cliffside. They have those ramps on the left side. It's a little bit harder for the defense to rotate over there if they've all committed to the tunnel. And Solitary Oyster playing very carefully here, very slow, not in any hurry. Unfortunately for them, Red Team was in a huge hurry last round and put that 3-star spot on the board so quickly. It's going to really make it difficult for them to try to keep up with that pace. A few kills on the defense. They're going to be respawning back at their base. So they're going to allow him to grab this cliff spot. We'll head over to the armor around the corner, and blue with a couple players in position, so this could be a pretty good grab. They're not quite on the pace that Red Team was last round, but they're still making good progress here. Getting some kills on the defense, grabbing the control points. That'll allow them to take a little bit more aggressive stance moving forward. 4 players around the flag carrier. You like to see that cover. Ooh, shots coming left and right. 3 red players going to be putting pressure on that rally point. They're going to have to get this flag moving soon. Now, you can see it's going to drop backwards, one section at a time. And sometimes that can be a trap. Sometimes if you touch the flag and you go down, you're actually hurting your team. We did see the amp get grabbed. We're going to see that in play now, trying to make a play for the flag. Good job actually pushing through, getting that flag moving. 45 seconds left to try to get... Ooh, that 3 stars to match the enemy team. He's going to go down, and that'll give up the amp to the defense. A few seconds left, but another kill coming out. And another one. 3 kills. Exquisite here. Maybe a 4th. Oh, and he gets that clutch shot. If he misses that, that could be trouble. Flag now going to be down in kind of an awkward spot. We'll go take a look at it. Defense has lost a decent amount of lives here, but more importantly, they're spread out amongst their team. You see that 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. So still have 5 players wielding a gun at the same time. So huge. And blue team now going to have to try to get back and get a rally point, but they really need to make a push. Redeemer's online. He got someone back waiting for that, I'm sure. Solitary Oyster going to make a push with the flag. He's got 1 cover, but his cover's going to go down. He goes... Oh, he feigns death. Interesting move. Maybe trying to get behind the enemy team. But meanwhile, he has 2 teammates right instead. They can get lucky here and try to finish it. They're 1 step away. They had the feigned player back there. Is he going to try to stand up and sneak in? He does. He's behind him. He might grab it and capture, and he's a split second late. Solitary Oyster. The old school move, going old school, but unfortunately the flag returned just behind him. Oh, not a bad idea, but it took just a little bit too long. So meanwhile, down to 2 stars, maybe peaking at 1. This is going to be a tough round now for them to salvage. 4 players down to 1 life. They might be just as likely to get an annihilation victory here. So if they can completely reduce all of their lives, they'll get an instant win. They don't even have to cap the flag. 3 big kills coming out there. Great shots. And they will manage to get... Oh, they just missed it. I thought there was 2 stars with 1 second left. So many unfortunate missteps that round by the blue team to only end up with 1 star. 59 seconds of advantage time, but you know they really needed that extra star. That 1 second's a huge difference, and we saw how close they were to making that feigned death actually happen. Oh man, a crazy round there by blue. Unfortunately for them, red's going to be up now 3-1, and if LATAM can come through with another strong round, that could just about ice it. Gabo was running it at the beginning last time. We see the creepy orgy dance to kick things off, as is tradition.
Flag taken.
So heading down tunnels to kick things off. Fairly standard start to the round. Again, like we said before, a lot of teams will start off tunnels, look to see if there's any defenders in their path. They get a couple kills, but he's going to back up a little bit. I think just reset his armor and health. Kind of an interesting move, given that they got 3 kills. He probably could have taken one of the control points or one of the rally points. But with such a big lead, maybe not feeling the need to push extra hard and take any risks. So we're going to see the red flag runner over here on cliffs. Not a lot really in front of him. He's going to turn this corner. Might actually head over to tunnels. Looks like that's what's going to happen. Again, not going to worry too much about trying to match that crazy blistering pace that they set in round 1. Any capture with 3 stars this round would be huge for them. We do have Amp in play. We'll go on board with Crytek, who has it. Pushing through mid right now, looking for some targets. They're going to get a pretty easy grab of this control point around the corner there. That's going to be a big grab, actually. So they actually are making pretty good progress early on in this one. Ooh, Amp does go down. That'll put it in the hands of Avalanche now. See him just throwing Link Gun primary and soaking up those vials. Smart play to back up. Not a ton of damage, but certainly turn them away a bit. We'll go back on board with the Flag Runner. See what he decides to do. Only 50 seconds left for 3 stars and still quite a few lives in the defense. So Gabo's going to back up. I'm actually kind of intrigued by this. They have 3 players facing elimination on the defense. 30 seconds left. You know, I honestly figured that they would have pushed a little bit harder by now. But instead, he's going to be sitting all by himself capturing this point. Only 20 seconds left to try to get 3 stars, so they've got to push up here, right? Surely they make a push at least to try to capture quickly. They haven't even taken the forward cave control point, so a very slow second half to this round by the red team, and that's going to cost them a chance at 3 stars. So credit to blue team. They've been holding off on that back end. Let's head over there and see what they're seeing from their perspective. See a killing spree by Smurgle. This is what the defense is seeing from the delivery point. Smurgle getting terminated finally. That's going to be 5 on 4. 2 other players down to 1 live. And you see the flag coming across the right side. Chris Powell pushing up left. They can hold off for 37, 35 more seconds. That would be huge. It's going to be so difficult, though, 5 on 4. You do have 2 players, though, with 3 and 4 lives respectively. Oh, and we get a termination. That's a critical error there. If you've got 2 players with 1 life and 2 with 3, you got to push one of them forward and keep the other guys alive. Now it's going to be 5 on 3. It's only a matter of time. The question is, can they hold them off for 13 more seconds? And they cannot. Looks like he had armor pushing through. Gabo going to slam it home. Holds them to 2 stars and a little bit of advantage time, but that's going to put a lot of pressure now on the attack for blue. All right, so it more or less comes down to this round now. Blue's going to really need to put 3 stars on the board here. Solitary Oyster was their runner last time. We'll go on board with him.
Flag taken.
He's going to peek tunnel side. Maybe be a little bit more aggressive than their last run. They do have 2 on cliffside, but he has some cover. He might be able to take this one pretty much untouched. Yeah, he is going to get it. So a quick first rally point. Looks like Oyster's going to roll over to tunnel from there. Maybe go mid. Maybe an aggressive push. They see no one between him and Caves. Webfaster's in front. Gets a kill on Exquisite. This is a huge start for blue. They're going to push forward. He's going to have plenty of defenders respawning in front of him. But if he can grab this Caves control point, he'll have teammates respawning that far forward. Oh, he's going to back up and get taken out. But still, his teammates will be able to respawn past the halfway point of the map. That's going to push red back on their heels early on in this one. So a nice early push. I like that, pushing the attacker or the cover forward on the attacking team, saying, hey, it's clear, push, push. Completely skipping one round of control points. That's going to give them a foothold into the enemy base and give them basically unfettered access to the power-ups. So now that damage amp that spawns back at the beginning, red's going to have very little chance of challenging that, which sometimes can be huge on this map. Another forward push here. This is, I think, as fast as we've seen either team push into the base. Once you get that control point, you can make runs to the base. So he's got 3 players on him, unlikely to finish that one off. But that's the kind of pressure you can put. And then now that flag's going to go back and basically Yeah, basically one step here. So it's not going to take long for that flag to back up. So it's not actually that big of a risk. They do need to get back to a rally point, though. Amp's going to be on the ground up here. Ooh, I thought Chris was going to have a shot at it. So they need to get back up and grab a rally point. You see him in that little sort of bunker area. We'll go back on board with them with the flag. Oh, termination already for Chris Powa. 40 seconds left with 3 stars. This could be a big, big round for Blue. They have to finish it off. They got 2 more players facing elimination. And the defense now is completely pushed back into their base. 5 on 4. Smirgo gonna push it right up the middle. Oh, he overshot, but was able to correct. And a huge attack round by Blue. 30 seconds of advantage time on top of the 3 stars. Basically matches the first round by Red that put them in such a big lead. And said all the pressure was on Blue's attack. Well, they answered. Actually a bigger boost to advantage time than the original first round by Red. So now that we got ourselves the game. A lot of pressure now on Red team. We saw them come out huge in their first attack round. Fell back a bit, was a little bit more conservative in their second one, and that cost them a star and now some critical time. They don't want to let this one slip away. All right, we're going to see what Red can do here. Gabo's going to have that flag back in their hands. And once again, peeking tunnel side. Pretty common flow here. And a free grab of Cliffs, so look at that, 4 kills on the defense already, and this is something that they didn't really do last time. They got the kills early on, but they were kind of circling back, kind of putzing around, not really trying to be aggressive on those kills. Now, the cover up front is wiping out Blue team, and Red is being a little bit more aggressive with the flag. I think that could be a big difference maker here. Gets pushed back to Cliffs temporarily, but that's not a big deal. You can see over the wall there, pretty clear run. He's got some cover. Let's back off and get a view of the area. Oyster's in the way, trying to push him back. And some more slow play here. Kind of surprised. They're finally going to turn that corner. They do have the damage amp on Crytek. He's trying to clear a path. Oh, big kill around the corner. Stepping up and taking that damage. There's another opportunity for a kill. So pretty good damage sent down range there by Crytek. Oh, another big shot, this time with the lightning rifle. Still lots of lives available for the defense, though. So let's go on board with the defense. See from their perspective, what are they seeing? So a rally point got activated. Gabo wisely, I think the only one left alive for a minute there. And that's the downside. When your teammates are getting slaughtered like this, Gabo's just going to have to try to keep them alive. But meanwhile, they've only got 35 seconds left. Blue has to hold them to 2 stars. This is absolutely crucial to stay alive. Kills going back and forth. One player gets terminated. That's going to make it 5 on 4. 25 seconds left for Blue to try to stay alive. There's another termination. Red right now, really in no hurry. They've got them down 5-3. I think they're finally going to make a push here, and this could end it. They've got 12 seconds to take it. One rocket comes in to take them out. Another rocket, 2 clutch kills, but they're just out of lives. And Red's going to cap it with 3 stars there. And that'll be the game. 8 seconds remaining, but Blue, not a bad showing there in the second half of this game. It looked like we were going to maybe see a one-sided match after the first pair of rounds, but you can see there the final cap. It actually ended up being pretty competitive at the end there. So nice games there. In the end, LATAM able to pull out 3 points. Again, each game type is a point. So you can head over to the brackets and see that they're going to have 3 points on the board. We'll refresh that to make sure we are up to date. And so I guess everyone's going to get 2 free points from DW since they were unable to make it today. And that's why those are reported. We'll see that LATAM match. You see that there. They'll have 3 points. So basically that means 5 points on the board for LATAM. With one more match coming up, they'll play against Adrenaline, a chance to put up to 3 more points on the board. We'll see which match is coming up next, though. So they're going to set up the next match. They're still going to have to do their map bans and stuff. So we've got a couple minutes here. So I'm going to take this opportunity to just take a quick bathroom break, grab some more drink, and we'll be back with you in just a couple minutes. It looks like it's going to be Adrenaline versus Samix Mandem. So that was LATAM versus Samix Mandem. We're going to have Adrenaline versus Samix Mandem. So basically, we're going up the chain here. We're going to go round 3 first, then round 2, then round 1. Total points wins. LATAM up 3-0. Samix really fighting for their lives here. I mean, this is their last match coming up against Adrenaline. They need to try to put as many points on the board as possible. We'll see what happens. Stick around. We'll have that coming back to you as soon as they get all their maps voted and the server up. So I'm not actually sure what hub they'll be using for this either. So we'll keep an eye on. I think most of these teams between Adrenaline and Samix are going to be European, so that I would guess that they'll use European hub. I think only the LATAM games are going to be using the New York hub. So if anybody knows for sure, certainly let me know. Or if anyone sees the match pop up, let me know. I've got my eyes on Discord. Again, much more complicated map banning and selection process when you've got multiple game modes to consider. I believe we've even got Assault in the mix. So we saw Weapons capture the flag, Instagib capture the flag, which I don't know if I've ever casted Instagib CTF in UT4. I actually think the movement in this game is pretty fun for Instagib. Especially with the wall running and sliding and all that. But needless to say, yeah, it would be really interesting to see one of every game mode. I think they've even got a bombing run mode in this tournament. So who knows what we're going to see in match 2. I don't even think they know yet because they're handling that in PM right now. We're just going to wait for them to finalize the results and wait for a serve to go up. So in the meantime, munching on some Japanese snacks my girlfriend bought me for my birthday a while back. These are, I believe, prime rib flavored, essentially Cheetos. So imagine Cheetos only tasting like teriyaki beef or something like that. Never a dull moment. Okay, looks like we've got Capture the Flag, Blitz, and Assault will be our game types. Still waiting on the maps, but certainly we'll be ready to go as soon as the hub is up. Oh, and I did have an idea. So yesterday, my girlfriend and I were working on Gingerbread House. And I realized, why not have a savory gingerbread house? Now, we have friends that make sculptures out of meat every year, and that's one thing. Last year, she made a whole nativity scene, like the whole thing, all made out of meat. But I'm thinking something like a nacho house, where you can go up and, it's kind of like having your taco salad where the bowl is made out of the tortilla. I'm talking like a nativity scene where, everything, you can take one of the wise men and like dip them in some guac or something. I think that might be a project of mine this year. And just think of that like the Simpsons episode where he's got the nacho hat. I feel like that would be a little bit easier to just snack on than a gingerbread house. It's like nothing but candy and sugar, right? It gets a little heavy after a while. I wouldn't want to eat a whole gingerbread house in one sitting. I'll eat me a nacho house in one sitting. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe I just eat like a raccoon. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, looks like they are going to be playing this one in the UK hub. Makes sense, given where most of these teams are going to be located. So it looks like Quick and Meltdown again, huh? Okay, it'll be interesting to compare and contrast how these teams play compared to the last matchup. And then Lava Fort and Golgotha on the Assault side. First time we're seeing that today. First time we're seeing that in a while. I think the last Assault event I casted might have been the 3v3 one, which was really intriguing. It worked way better than I thought it would. But of course you need maps specifically designed for that. I kind of like this this chill vibes we got going on in this soundtrack. It's no UT99 soundtrack, but given how copyright claim happy everyone's gotten, I'm always a little bit worried about using something that was not, never really a problem in the past. I've never got any kind of flag for using the UT soundtrack, but everyone's dropping the hammer now. I certainly don't want to have content flagged anytime in the future, so still playing around, finding some royalty-free music. I found one playlist on YouTube I'm using today. Definitely open if anyone's got any suggestions. All right, CTF Quick back up and running. Looks like we're going to have Samix's team looks like they're going to be on red this time. Adrenaline looks like they're going to be on blue. A couple players still missing. This will be 5-on-5, of course. And some more Capture the Flag action. So for continuity's sake, we're going to stick to the same map. And it'll be interesting to compare these two teams. Again, we saw the same map played last map to kick things off. Couple really close aggressive plays early on in that match. We had, I think, 3 or 4 denials, and no one could really get anything across until overtime. That's when we finally saw it broken open. Latam was able to win map 1 in that matchup. So 4 or 5 in for blue. Should be getting started here any minute. I'm going to switch over now to your game. Be ready to go here as soon as they are. I'll even lower the music. That way I don't forget to do that. All right, we are all ready to go. I'm going to take munch on some chips, a couple more bites while I've got the time, because this is going to be, if it's anything like the last quick game, it's going to be fast and furious. Lots of fighting in mid. We saw the flags really, I was surprised by how much the flags got moving. And it's all about fighting your way through that narrow mid zone. Very easy to fall back, very easy to cut off the flag carrier on this map. It looks like Bezzy Boomza is in, and that'll be their 5th player. So we got all 10 in, and we are just waiting for the readies. Oh yeah, if I ever start my own rock band, I think I'm gonna call it Meat Cheetos. We'll be a politically conscious punk band, I'm pretty sure. Ooh, maybe we'll be a rap punk band. It's like the Dead Kennedys meets Limp Bizkit. Everyone would love that, right? All right, looks like we did. I think there was a little bit of a roster change. I didn't see who jumped out. Looks like Kelly was in there. So Kelly jumps out. Karaz jumps in. So in any case, it does look like we still have 10 players in. Just waiting for ready ups. They might have been testing their pings. Looks like actually a couple of relatively high pingers over on the blue side here, getting up to the 70s. Pretty good pings across the board for red. That said, 70, 75 pings, certainly playable. And it looks like players are calling for ready ups. Should be getting started here right about now. All right, Samix versus Adrenaline. Here comes your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and it's game time, baby. Con X5 bringing you some Capture the Flag again on quick. Get you some X-ray vision as well. So blue flag moving first. Get some eyes on it. Looks like he's going to be heading out to sniper. Nobody in front of him. This could actually be a pretty dangerous run if he can get one kill. That'll put him out in mid. Oh, and Brutal with the kill behind him. And that flag back in base. That was not a bad early try, though. Going to keep an eye on that belt coming up in 25 seconds. Early armors across the board for everybody. One thing we did see, we saw in the first match, your red team here, Samix's team, really struggled against Latam to control the power-ups. Both the pickups in mid as well as just the general armors around the map was really dominated, very one-sided. We'll see if that plays out the same way in this match. Both flags getting moving early, both flags going back. I don't think we've seen anyone really get out to mid yet. We did see a belt grab, this time by Avalanche. He'll have it in his hands. Ooh, heading up top, bounces back around. Lots of places to wall dodge back and forth in this map, but can't quite get the kill. Needs that rocket to land. He does land it, gets sniped down. Pick up by Smurgle, though. He's going to try to pick his way across mid. He fakes the wall run. Probably a smart play. He's dropping down. Amp is up. If 59X can grab that amp behind him, that could be critical. Oh, Alfred gets the amp. Oh, and there's a nice pickup, though. So red team has it in their base. Flag gets returned. It sounded like and grabbed again, maybe. Up and down again. Up and down again. Can they get that return? They can't. Give Me Gamer Girls has it now. Let's head over to see what's going on with this flag. If it gets returned, it's a cap. No health now. There is the return, and that should be a cap. There it is. So nice job with the pickups by blue. But red was just right on top of them. Getting kill after kill, finally got the return. And a nice job by their defense of, or by their, I guess, offense of defending their flag carrier there. Meanwhile, we do have blue flag moving, trying to get a second one and maybe a rebound. Instead, both flags go back. We are reset, and in the opening couple minutes, these flags have spent very little time on the stand. In complete contrast to the first time we saw this map played today, when both teams were playing fairly defensively. We saw a couple of early pushes and then a lot of defense, and then finally somebody breaking through in overtime. This time, these flags are spending a lot of time off the stand. So 10 seconds till this belt spawns. We'll back up into it, see who's in position. Smirgle's on top. Whoever Gimme Gamer Girls is might be, ooh, right in his face with Rockets. It'll be Rockets versus Rockets. They kill each other. Belt is just sitting there, looking awfully lonely. Avalanche on top of it. We do have Red Flag moving, though, out in mid. Amp was in play as well. Avalanche with Amp and Belt. This could be a huge threat. He's got to get moving, though, and avoid all of these players trying to cut him off. He can be a really supremely distracting force right now, though, while his teammate runs this flag. If nothing else, you can get them turning around, looking the other way, and I don't think Brutal saw which way the flag carrier went. We're going to go on board with the runner. He's across mid. He'll be sneaking into his base. I don't think they know where he is, so you got one blue player desperately trying to get his hands on the flag. I don't think they're in position. They just saw him, and they just snuck right across the map there. Somehow they didn't see him leave the base. So red team coming out strong this map. Again, we saw them struggle against LATAM. They stayed in the game despite being out-fragged and massively out-controlled, I guess you'd say. But this time, early lead, and they've got the flag moving again. And they're back in their base, and another cap on the board. 3 caps already. Still with 5 minutes to go in the first half. Red really looking to avenge their narrow loss first time they played this map. Blue in there getting that flag moving. We're going to keep an eye on the red base to see what it looks like, because if nothing different starts happening in this base, we're going to see a pretty one-sided game here. It'll be interesting to see the stats at halftime to compare the flag held time and the flag grabs. Honestly, I think if I'm blue at this point, I just want to slow things down. Maybe you even swap someone out. Maybe you put a third defender back. You got to give your offense time to operate, but when your flag is constantly being taken, it's going to be very distracting. Beziboomza has it moving. Ooh, almost out the front door, but one shot short. Didn't have any cover, playing some solo offense. Alfred does have the amp in his hands. We'll go on board with him. It's going to end before he really has time to do anything on camera here. And both teams pretty much reset at this point. Red flag on the move. He has some cover this time. I like this move down low, but I think you're going to have to double back. He does. Oh, but they see him. They get eyes on him. They're going to have to kill the defender before they make a move here. They're going to be heading out to mid. They do have cover out in mid, though. If you look, Alpha's out there. Enemy flag carrier is right below him. He's heading across mid. He gets blasted down. Oh, and the flag gets returned. His cover was not in position to get that pickup. I think everybody went for the flag carrier. Bit of a missed opportunity there for the blue team. They had that flag out there. Everyone kind of tunneled in on the EFC, and they got the return, but at the cost of their own carrier. That'll reset things. It'll take time off the clock, and with red with a 3-0 lead, they're going to be perfectly happy to just keep the status quo. Both flags up, both flags back. And red flag moving yet again. They're going to have Amp on Beziboomza's side. We'll see what he can do with it. He's going to slide into their base, the left side, looking for someone else probably to grab this flag. Alpha's in there with armor. Beziboomza finally turns that corner. Oh, he misses 2 shots and eats the rockets. That'll give Webfaster that Amp on defense, and that's going to be a pain in their ass for at least another 5 seconds or so. Ooh, big rocket to negate that armor. As we saw before, this is a map, if you're someone who likes to defend with projectiles, your rockets, your flak, this is a really great base for that type of player, someone who doesn't want to rely on strictly hit, scan, aim. We do have the flag out in mid. We'll go on board with it. Ooh, shot combo from behind. Erases it immediately. 10 seconds till belt spawns. We'll go see if anyone's in position for that. Avalanche versus Karaz. They're both going to fight over it. Both go down. Rockets from across the map. It didn't spawn yet. I don't know if Smirgle knows. He does. Okay, Smirgle's going to grab it. Takes a sniper. So blue pretty much going to negate that pickup. We do have 13 seconds to the amp spawns. We'll take a quick peek in these bases to see if anyone's putting pressure on, but it looks like there might be some people hovering around this amp. It's such a dangerous amp to grab. You have to have cover. And it's up, and it could be that no one had exact timing on it. Avalanche going to grab it. I think Avalanche has really been doing a good job grabbing Ooh, grabbing these power-ups right on time. And now what can they do with it? They got the flag runner coming out to mid, but he's got 4 players on him. Avalanche unable to make anything hit. Double kill with the flak ball. A little bit too late to be dropping the hammer, but gonna get another kill, keep the defense on their toes. Brutal GG gonna actually pick up this amp now, but it's gonna be expired. So if nothing else, he did reset the armor and health and weapons for the defense. Flag's gonna be moving. 59X though, gonna be up close against those rockets and goes down. Cherry pick there by Smurgle. See if he can get out. Not really a whole lot happening, but he does get out to mid. It looks like his teammate was able to distract the defense. He'll be out mid. 1 player left to beat. He's made it to his side of the map. He's got cover now. He should be in his shock. And if they're not careful, this could be a 4th cap for the red team. Nice play in mid. His cover back in base was able to completely distract the defense. Well, he just walked right out the front door. So blue flag moving now. Avalanche trying to get a rebound cap here. He's actually out in mid, has some armor, able to eat that combo. Looking real low on health. Turns that corner. Such a dangerous move with no cover there. But not a bad attempt at a rebound, especially with under a minute to go. I think at this point, if you're red, you're going to be happy to just back up. It looks like they're waiting for that belt. They do grab it. 59X will have it. Just want to ride out the beginning of the half. If you go into halftime with a 4-0 lead, you will take that any day of the week. They do have that blue flag moving again. Red flag moving as well. We'll go on board with Bezzy Boom. So he's got it out in mid. 2 players behind him. He's going to go up to the wall run. Ooh, that's going to be dangerous. And the rockets. And I think actually the combo took him out. Smurgle's got amp in mid. We'll see what he can do. We still have blue flag actually moving. Where is that blue flag carrier? Back in his base already. So a dangerous play there. But it does get replayed, or it does get returned. And now we're playing this one out. Note both flags returned. It looks like last possible flag run here. So blue does have a chance to cap if they can keep this flag in their hands. But if it gets returned, and it does, that'll be the end of the half. So big first half here by the red team. Again, trying to avenge their loss on this map earlier in the day. Complete reversal in the control of the map. I mean, you look at the U damage control and the pickups, the belt pickups. Complete flip-flop from what we saw earlier in the game, or earlier in the day in their game against Latam. So blue flag already moving, red not letting up at all. I mean, he's going to be maybe not even needing to piston across mid. There doesn't seem to be anyone on him. This could be a coast to coast. He finally runs into Bezzy Boomza. This is the first resistance that this flag runner has seen the whole time. He's back in his base. Flag gets returned, and that's a 5th cap, and that'll be the game. So a quick cap out there. Red just looking dominant. Complete 180 compared to their first match on this map. So a pretty impressive win. They're going to take that first game mode, if you will. Remember, we're going to play 3 for every match. Looks like we've got Blitz coming up next. We'll let them get that hub up and running, and should just be another minute. Yeah, and keep in mind it's not best of 3. It's 3 opportunities for points. So that's why we saw Latam in the first match taking 3 points to 0. So still an opportunity here to put points on the board for both teams. And they will have one more match to finish things off after this one. So any given team with 6 total potential points. So every match still matters here. All right, looks like the hub is up, so we're going to be back joining again on Meltdown. We know all the players around, shouldn't take too long to get running. And again, another familiar map, so we don't have to go through an introduction so much. I will say this, the last match we saw, unusually quick scoring on this map. This is a very long map, a very tough base to break into. So even once you do get to these rally points right before base, it's still a couple of long, narrow hallways to get around to that capture point. Often that can be half the map right there. So really could go either way. I mean, certainly the last match, we saw some really fast caps, really aggressive plays by both sides. Don't be surprised if this one slows down a bit, but who knows? I mean, I love to see aggressive Blitz play. I don't even think we saw the Redeemers come into play last match, did we? I mean, I know they got into play a couple rounds, but like I don't even think those decided any rounds. All right, looks like we get all 10 players in the server and nobody complaining about ping. In fact, everyone just readying up as the rainbows cross the sky. So again, we're gonna be playing Blitz. Looks like Red's gonna be attacking first. Go on board with them in their base as they run around the walls, try not to get too distracted. And here we go, it's game time, baby. Connex 5 kicking off the Blitz portion of this matchup. So we saw Red Team here looking awfully dominant in Capture the Flag, taking map 1 5-0. Here they're gonna have the flags moving in a different flavor, looking to take that tunnel. That tunnel rally point. He goes down. Let's try to head over there. Get eyes on the flag. Aggressive play here by the blue team on defense. And why not? They've only taken two deaths so far. There's a third. That'll probably push them back a bit. As we do see that tunnel rally point get grabbed. Probably going to head over to Cliffs. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. So Cliffs gets grabbed. And Webfaster here really not in a huge hurry. You can see him rotating through, just trying to give his teammates forward respawn points. At some point, he's going to want to push forward over to that kind of vents that right around the corner from Cliffs. Such an important, such a critical point to take. We'll take a peek over that wall, and you can see the blue team ready for him. 3 players there. Those guys are going to need to go down before he can turn that corner. You see him pushing down tunnel. Not a bad move here. Actually, he's got a pretty clear path here. If he wants to push forward on the right side, he could. Something you keep in mind. So obviously we have X-ray vision. We have the map. We can see where everyone is. Did the defense? Oh, the defense snuck around and grabbed the damage amp. So double damage on the side of the defense right now. Even if they just keep that away from the attackers, that'll be a huge boost for them. Ooh, he does go down, so he's going to drop that. Offense might be able to grab it back. Certainly Webfaster's going to be able to turn that corner and finally grab that point. Pretty nice job by the defense slowing them down. Ooh, takes a huge combo in mid. And you can see the disruption by Bezzy Boomsy getting behind the attackers, forcing them to stop, turn around, defend themselves, just taking time off the clock. We're down to 25 seconds to get 3 stars on the board here. And still a lot of round numbers on the board for the defense's lives. So Red started off pretty strong, but Blue pushed him back, taking a lot of time off the clock here. And I think 3 stars is going to be off the table. So Redeemer going to be in play. Amp will be up soon. A few defenders now too, also facing termination. So still 2 stars, very good opportunity. Very, I wouldn't say likely, but a good chance for it. We do have the Redeemer in play. Webmaster's going to fire it off. We'll see what he can do with it. 4 players on their last life, so anyone he hits, oh, and it looks like he does get just 1 termination, but that'll make it 5-on-4. That could be crucial. 59X going to have amp in his hands if he can push forward. They still have 30 seconds. They do have time to lock in 2 stars here. Oh, and he gets plucked out of midair. Nice shot by Alfred. Not only does that deny him those health vials, also took him out of the play for about 4 or 5 seconds, and that's critical whenever you're talking about someone running around with damage amp. Oh, and the end around, let's watch this replay. Smurgle here saw how many blue players had pushed forward, probably to contest that amp. And look at him grab this flag and realize there's nobody between me and the spawn, or me and the cap. I'm just going to go touch home. And that's it. All the blue team was in front of him. He snuck in right behind him, capped it. Only 10 seconds of advantage time, but again, that's not uncommon for a map this big. A lot of the first match caps we saw were a little bit exceptional with just how fast people were able to cap. That's the kind of round you tend to see on Meltdown. We'll see if blue can beat that pace and take the lead here.
Picked up. Flag taken.
All right, so blue team's got this flag. Early aggression here by red, pushing people up forward. Already a couple of deaths though on their side. See what blue decides to do here. Ooh, looking for the mid-air jump pad combo kill. Doesn't get it, but does get an easy grab of that tunnel point. Now, which way does he decide to go? A lot of times, once you take that first rally point, the defenses will push up to that vent spot right around the corner that we talked about. Oh, he's going to make some nice, slick moves to go forward inside the bunker here. He'll get a free grab there. He's going to check caves forward, and he might get a free caves grab. This is a huge offensive push by blue. And really, really smart. Like I said, the defense often defaults to blocking that left side once you grab that first rally point. It's exactly what they did here. He just tried to keep their line of sight blocked, basically ninja capped twice along the right-hand side. And now his team is going to be respawning right on the entrance of the defense's base. He's going to go for a quick cap here. If he loses this, it's not really that big of a problem because it's going to drop the flag backwards pretty quickly. Going straight for it just to see if he can get in there. It looks like they took him out effectively, and flag's going to drop here, but you see it'll go all the way back. They probably won't touch it here. They just wanted to put some pressure on him, see if they could sneak something through. Alfred's going to have it in his hands. Would be surprised if he does anything other than just get a capture here. Yeah, they're going to get the rally point. And a couple more deaths for the defense, though, so still a really, really nice pace here on the defensive side. Brutal GG is going to have this amp, and he can do a ton of damage if he can get forward here. Let's go back on board with him. There he is. Looking for some rocket kills. If nothing else, he's acting as a great distraction down low. Rocket's coming up top. There's a denial on the stick, looking for some terminations here. You got a few players in their last life. Flag is down on the stick. Looks like, there it is. I was about to say either Bezzy or Brutal have a chance to jump forward and grab it. Bezzy's going to get it. Just not enough rockets flying out. You can see they got a bunch of kills, but there's the relay. Player goes down. Oh, he actually backed up into it, so the instant cap coming through with the amp cover on the other side. A very, very impressive attack round there by blue. So red now didn't look too bad their first attack round. You got to feel like they got some confidence, but that was a very, very fast round that they're going to have to try to now compete with to stay alive in this one. Smurgle will have the flag. We'll see what he decides to do. Going to peek at tunnels. Sees a couple defenders there with some crossfire. I like that setup on the defense. Decided to just face check that room. They do get the kill. Just have to hold them off for a couple more seconds, and now their teammates will respawn. That also heals the flag runner a little bit. So capturing rally points, really a double whammy in a way. Looks like a free grab of Cliff, so he's going to go ahead and snag that rally point. And it looks like a pretty clear path around the corner. Oh, the defense actually rotated. I spoke too soon. 3 defenders rotating over to block that point. You can see him around the corner taking that Cliff's point and really just thinking about his next move. Still 4 defenders that have yet to die. This is a huge defensive stand so far for the blue team. You see all of these grenades just spamming that corner, and I like this move by Avalanche. He's going to rotate, basically do what they did to them last round. Say, all right, if you're going to put everybody on the left side, we'll push right. Oh, but the defense rotates over. Critical rotation there. Flag is down. They have nowhere to respawn now, and that's going to take a ton of time off the clock. And that was great awareness by the defense, seeing exactly what they were doing. I liked the idea, but it only works if they can't beat you to the spot. They saw they were doing it, switching sides, got in front of him, took him out, killed the flag carrier before he could really go anywhere. And that's going to cost them a ton of time. You can see we're already down less than a minute to go for 3 stars, and we're not even really at the halfway point of this map. This control point here is pretty much your hump. Once you can rally here, you're in good position. They finally get it, but with only 40 seconds left to go, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to try to put 3 stars on the board. They're not going to be able to rely on any terminations. Maybe 1 player can be terminated. And there it is. That's actually a pretty big kill right there. See him in that reactor area. He's up close. He's got some cover on him. But it looks like everybody pretty much went down. The flag is down in base. It'll be dropping pretty far back, so 59X can go back to get a rally, but I think 3 stars is going to be out of reach. And a very successful defense so far by Blue, and still a good amount of lives left to try to take some time. It's 5-on-4, yes, but I mean, you can see how tight this area is. Players are going to have to run down these hallways. The flag now down in the low ground. Redeemer is in the air. We haven't seen it play a huge factor in any of these Blitz rounds so far. Bezzy Booms is in position to try to take it out with a lightning rifle. And he does get terminated, so a decent use of it there, but meanwhile on defense, where is there? It looks like they're actually backing up. I'm trying to get a view of the base, but everyone on blue is pushing up. I'm surprised to see how aggressive they're being. 25 seconds left for 2 stars, and look at blue. All the way pushed down to the reactor. Looks like they're going to have to back up here. But this could be a huge round for the defense. Smurgle's got the amp. We'll go on board with him. Ooh, he goes down. And Flag is going to have no opportunities there. 59X is in their base trying to get kills. But meanwhile, that Flag is still just sitting down in the reactor, and they've only got a minute left. There's only 1 life left. If you're the defender at this point, I think you're just sitting back. And that's it. They finally finished the round. 51 seconds of bonus time, but only 1 star. So Blue's putting themselves in great position here to finish this match off strong.
Round 4. You are attacking.
All right, so all the pressure on red now. They've got to hold them to 2 stars. You can see that in the top. Blue answered the call, their first attack round. Absolutely just blazing fast. You can see a pretty quick start here by Blue again, pushing all the way through. Grabbing that first point so critical. We saw red really struggling with that last round. And now a free grab of the second point off to the side. So credit Blue's cover, just clearing a path. Multiple deaths for defenders. Smurgle's trying to slow him down and knock him off the point, but look at the cover. 3 people pushing forward to just bulldoze their way across the map. And they're already to the last rally points before the base. So just an even faster pace. Blue right now really trying to put this one away. So Amp's in Alpha's hands. He'll be able to push forward, rallying to his flag carrier. Can go into their base, try to get some kills. I mean, at this point, they're in the place they want to be. They can decide to push forward with any kind of runs that they want. Nice combo from across the map by Alpha. Just completely unharassed. See him trying to make use of that amp without taking too many risks. He doesn't want to drop that amp and give it to the defense. So you see the push forward here, going straight for the core. They do get one kill. There's the backup there trying to relay it in. He goes down. And this is what I was talking about, though. Again, that flag's going to tick back all the way back out of the defense's reach. So they can make these little pushes here and there pretty safely. And in the meantime, whittle down the defense, keep them pushed back into their base. We've seen some really impressive holds of this base in the past, but this is going to be a tall order for blue here. Or excuse me, for red here. As blue does get backed up a bit. See their flag carrier getting a little bit of pressure on them, but able to get that rally point. Let's go back into the defense's base. You see the pressure coming up, flag down low, another termination. Not anyone really left to defend. This should be an easy win. And there you go, another impressive attack round. This time, only 14 seconds of advantage time left.
Round 5. You are attacking. Attackers must score 2 stars to have a chance.
And you heard the nice lady explaining exactly what we need here. So if red wants any chance, remember they're gonna have to score 2 stars in the attack round, and then they would have to have a full hold on defense because you get 1 point for a full hold on defense. So they are not technically out of it yet, but definitely have their work cut out for them here. And blue can put it away with a nice defensive hold.
Flag taken.
So standard attack route here. Gonna take a peek at tunnels. We've seen both teams now switch up their tactics. I mean, they both seem to like looking tunnels first and taking it if it's clear. But then what do you do from there? Do you go straight cliffside? That's kind of the classic route. Both teams have tried pushing straight ahead across that right side. We saw it work out for blue. Didn't work out for red last time they tried it, so maybe going to be a little more hesitant. Maybe want to get a couple kills. Right now, there it is. That killing spree ended by Brutal. The first kill in the defense this round. So very good job staying alive so far by blue. Now that they're starting to respawn, and remember having to run all the way across the map to get back into the play, it's going to slow things down a little bit for them. Maybe open things up. A couple more kills coming out for red. Oh, but he runs right into the blue team. I think Smurgle was seeing what we saw. A couple of kills on the board, saying, all right, now's my opportunity. Unfortunately, chose poorly, ran right into the teeth of the defense. Continues to run into them. Remember, they've only gotten 3 kills, so those couple of kills that happened earlier, not really going to play a factor when they've had time to get back into the play. Oh, and it looks like he grabbed Amp and just jumped off the map, so the defense right there, what he was doing was just taking Amp out of play. It's kind of interesting, though. He basically sacrificed a life just to say, I'm going to take this power up and just erase it, and nobody gets it. So he takes his ball, goes home. Will have to respawn back across the map, but time winding down. You can see already down to 2 minutes. That's because red has to score 2. So that is the match countdown. If they can't score before that 2 minutes, then it is over. All kinds of chaos ensuing. They do get this flag moving forward, however. There's still plenty of time for them to cap here. A couple of defenders down to 2, but still 3, 4, and 5 for the others. Blue doing a pretty efficient job of defending so far. But pushing ahead is the flag carrier. Oh, big rocket right in midair. Looked like a meat firework there. Anyway, he goes down, and flag in a real tough spot here. Digging it out of this mid courtyard area is really dangerous. He's going to grab it and go backwards. 3 stars going to be off the board. Doesn't super matter. At this point, they just need to get 1 more star. They've got a minute to go. Redeemer on their side. And blue can win it here with a defensive hold. see Amp on the board. I didn't see anyone pick up Redeemer yet, which is kind of interesting. One termination coming out, only 40 seconds left. And there's the Redeemer, finally gets thrown out there by Smurgle. Trying to get a couple kills, gets 2 kills on the board. That'll move the flag a little bit, but Matt's over here on a killing spree, just hanging out with the flag, making small talk and throwing rockets around, and that has taken so much time off the clock. This one's probably going to be over at this point. With 15 seconds left to go, it looks like blue team's going to hold on this defensive round, coming up huge when they needed to, and putting another point on the board, or I guess putting a point on the board, rather.
Flag dropped. 2-1.
Defense holds.
Blue team wins the round.
So instant replay at the end there, but of course the defensive hold. And that'll give the Blitz round to Adrenaline. So each team with 1 point. We would have played the third matchup anyway, but now we're going to move to Assault, and I think they're going to rehost the server. So we'll back out of here and await that hub to come back up. So this puts Latam in a pretty good position. We've got a moment. We'll peek just right over here. So again, DW unable to show 2 free points for every team. Latam putting 3 on top of that. So already 5 points on the board, and with a chance to go into the last match. With 5 on the board in each of these other teams, now that they've split, because we're watching Adrenaline Bros versus Samix Manda, given that they've split, that means only 3 points. That means they're going to have an advantage, Latam that is, against Adrenaline whenever they play them next match. Latam looking pretty good to try to finish this thing off. So whatever team they go, or whatever team, actually I should say they're going to play Adrenaline. But when they play Adrenaline, Adrenaline will at most have 4 points. So as long as Latam can take a best 2 out of 3 from Adrenaline, they will be your champions. All right, we'll crank up some more music here while we're waiting for this. Oh, it looks like that just switched maps. We'll give them a minute to get that up and running. We will be having this third game type. And there it is, up on Lava Fort. Ooh, do I get to show you guys? Oh, I don't know. Huh. Not sure why it's downloading Sorganos. Well, in any case, it's going pretty fast. Should get in here shortly. And it looks like players are getting in there as well, which is a nice job. We've got I mean, we only had 3 matches scheduled for today because it's the last 4 teams essentially playing round robin. But shout out to the players, everybody ready to go, jumping into these matches, not having to sit here and, you know, wait for someone to finish making a sandwich or whatever. I think this is good loading screen music, right? I guess elevator music would be good, or the final Jeopardy theme. That would be good loading screen music. All right, is it going to actually let us in, or are we going to have to download another random file? Huh? Hey, there we go. Did it join me as a... Okay. Disconnect. Rejoin as spectator. No big deal. This is the first assault I think we've seen on stream in quite some time, so this will be interesting to watch. A good time to mention, though, actually, I say the first time you've seen it, first time I've seen it in a while. We did have Seth Dackham, who streamed the preliminaries, the qualifying rounds for this tournament yesterday. So definitely be sure to check out Seth Dackham on Twitch. I don't know if he used his personal channel or the Unreal Pugs one. Someone will know, but certainly if you want to check out the VODs, you can go back and check out all the action from yesterday and watch that. So, all right, looks like we've got Alfred taking on the rest of the universe. An interesting matchup there. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point. The assault maps in UT4 being built by the community largely with skips and things like that in mind. A little less linear than some of the, let's say, UT 2004 stock maps, for instance, where those really became about fighting over choke points mostly. The assault maps here, a little bit more of the UT99 style, where there's a couple of trick jumps, there's boost, there's kind of multiple paths at times, or sub-objectives that will open up shortcuts. Oh, we've got a special, we've even got a custom menu here to show objectives and stuff. That's pretty cool. Oh, looks like players are teamed up. I will lower the music a bit so we are all ready to go. I presume they're going to be playing this 5-on-5, just like the other game modes. Looks like we got the same players in, so just need to wait for them to team up and get ready to roll. See him kissing the smiley faces there. Teams are one map or game mode, however you want to look at it, 1 point apiece right now, so every mode is a point, but if you want to think of this one as a tiebreaker, that would be it. All right, looks like players are just about ready to roll, and we'll be kicking this one off shortly. All right, players are ready. Here comes your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. Connex 5 bringing you Assault for the first time in a while. Not even sure if this map was around last time we did Assault. You see just a crazy scrum at the beginning here. Players just scrambling around looking for any advantage. You see the shield belt spawning back there, and here we go. First, oops, sorry, looks like the auto cam switched over. So, Smurgle getting that first objective. Go on board with him. Finally backs into that belt. I was wondering when someone would take that. Someone heading up high here. We're going to back up, actually. Give you a little bit more zoomed out view. Avalanche taking that dangerous platform. Oh, and he gets blasted. Double sniper, I think. You see the map call out saying someone's sneaking out. That's one of the things you'll notice whenever you have some of these shortcuts and trick jumps and things in these maps. A lot of time they'll add trigger volumes to let you know that someone's taking them. That's kind of the balancing point there. You can see Webfaster now hanging up top, trying to get across. Ooh, gets sniped down again. Alpha right now. It's really doing some damage with the sniper rifle. Let's take a look at his perspective. Nothing really fancy here, just sitting up top looking for targets, using that high ground. Here we go. GG Cam over the area. It looks like they've got some pressure up close. Brutal GG up close with that flak. See what he can do there. Gonna head up top. So the defense knows where he's at. If nothing else, he can turn them around. You see they're all fighting him. That's gonna give his teammates a little bit of an opportunity to push forward, but looks like they did clear him out. And look at the armor. 2 players with significant armor on the defense. That's gonna allow them to be a little bit more aggressive. You can just see Barks over here pushing all the way forward into the teeth of the offense. Someone sneaking up top. You heard that. People going around trying not to take the direct route. And right now, nobody across the map. Smurgle's coming down low. We'll follow him for a split second just to see what he's seeing. Oh, he's seeing 2 players right in his face. He gets smacked down. You can see there's a few different routes, again, to get across the map. It just seems like the defense right now is doing a great job of spreading out and covering all of them. So see the attackers now taking a couple different routes again. I feel like they're just having a tough time right now of syncing up. And the Stinger alt fire, they're going to be so disruptive. That AoE just pushing them back. Another attempt by Webfaster to come down low. He's got players behind him now. Matt's going to be on his tail. Flak versus Rockets needs a kill. No health up though, so he's going to be facing Karaj, and he's going to go down. Smurgle goes down on the platform. They do have a player across the way trying to snipe them down. As soon as they get wind of him though, he's going to be under some duress. They do get a headshot, another kill across the way. So a couple of kills on the defense. This could be their opportunity to break through. We'll go on board with those players that were pushing through the flank. 59X up top behind him. Ooh, Flak versus Shock. Up close, he somehow gets the win there. Nice job baiting them, and he eats some rockets. So we'll back up again, and you can see every time someone tries to take an alternate path, Red is ready to pounce on them. What they might want to do is send a bait, send basically a distraction around the flank. Bait them all to react. It looks like a couple of kills there coming through, but Brutal, last one to go down, and no one really up front there to take advantage of it. Oh, here we go. We see someone up top now. Is he going to make a push or distract the defense? We'll try to go on board with him. There he is. Big flat ball coming out. 2 red players on him. Takes out one. Just being a chaotic force right there, but finally goes down. Question is, was that enough to open up a path for his... Ooh, for his teammates? No, they're still getting blasted across the map. So you can see that timer up top. 3 minutes to go. Red team right now really holding this this point very well. Still 100% on that generator. Oh, it looks like blue team grouping up now, trying to piston up top. We'll go on board. Let's see. I couldn't see who it was. Might have been Webfaster again. You see him up close with those rockets. A couple of players in his face, though. He goes down. Not a bad idea from Blue, though, to try to stack one of the... Oh, nice combo there by Brutal. It's so difficult trying to out-shoot someone whenever they've got that high ground. They've got that defensive posture. You can see how many players have been coming out with armor for both sides, just trying to take that one or two extra shots. See another flanking opportunity here. Maybe faking it. It sounded like maybe he shot his piston and then backed off. Shield belt will be up. So we're going to stick with this armored player, see what he can do. We've seen a couple of times players pop through and done a pretty good job of distracting the defense, but no one ever able to take advantage of it. He'll push through, gets a couple of kills. Ooh, he gets blasted though. Mats just erases him with that flag. That shield belt, oh, no, this is the other shield belt, is up. And interestingly, no one deciding to take the plunge. I mean, you got a health pack right there. It seems like it'd be worth the risk. I mean, you're just going to take a couple ticks of damage. Ooh, Webfaster, dangerous move. But he makes it through. Less than a minute to go on this point, however, and they have 0 damage on this generator. So really solid hold by Red so far. We'll see if they can hang on to it. We'll take a quick look at the scoreboard. And again, this is your objective right here, but nobody able to squirt through at this point. 30 seconds to go. Brutal GG on a rampage. We'll go on board with him to see. I doubt there's going to be a whole lot of finesse to his game right now. I think he's pretty much just sitting back, pointing and clicking and just doing a better job of it than the other dudes. It's so hard playing against a player like this who's such a great aimer. Just a pure point and click, like a sniper duel against someone like this in an open ground. Very, very difficult to overcome. You see the hold there. 23 kills by Brutal, 19 by Alpha. And now, pretty good opportunity now for Red to just push through. And basically, I believe if they get any damage at that point in the map, we'll give them the win. So first sort of classic arena-style objective. You see a nice jump up top there. You see a bit of the sneakiness here. I presume he was going to speed that next objective, but we don't see anybody there yet. Oh, and he gets blasted. 59X was waiting for him. I thought we might see a skip there, but instead gets taken out just like that with that flat cannon. And so there it is. We do see basically the same point. Nice headshot on him coming across. Basically the same point we saw the last hold on. This is a generator. We do have players in there. Brutal already in there, and that'll do it. Getting some damage on the generator is all it took. And I think that might have been really the key there. Once the defense gets set up in that point, it seemed like it's just such a hard, nut to crack. So nice job by the defense there. That's going to give Red team here, that'll be Adrenaline a map win. Now, I'm not sure if we're playing, if Assault is going to be best of 1. I was told it might be best of 3. So sort of a mini match within the match. Oh, why did it... Oh, weird. It joined me into the game. Maybe that's just a scoreboard glitch. Yeah, I don't know why it's showing me on the scoreboard. In any case, 0 points for me. Obviously the MVP. Confirming right now if we're going to do a best of 3 for the Assault, like within that game type, or if it's just a best of 1. Also, we've had a couple follows come through. I wanted to stop and holler at those folks. Like I say, OBS decided to completely reset all my audio inputs right as I started the stream, so my alerts are not currently hooked up, so apologies for that. But appreciate everyone who's followed. Press OK, I saw. I don't know if you're still watching Press, but you know, one of my co-casters, largely on the diabolical side, but I always appreciate hanging out with him. Other folks that have followed, the Pastel, SW Sir 3 Bro. I'm not actually sure to pronounce that, but holler. Dragon or G. I love putting those two names side by side. Sounds like a subreddit. And of course, Farmer with the bits and Sand with the donation. Appreciate all of that stuff, everyone. Didn't get to get the alerts for all you guys, so I'll just shout them out whenever I can. Okay, it looks like we are saying that we're gonna play this map, and I don't know. I guess it's gonna be a best of 3 for Assault. I'm not actually sure, but we'll let them figure it out. You know, a lot of people forget back in the day, at least in North America, back in the old OGL days, that was a big split in the community. We had multiple different ladders for Instagib Capture the Flag in particular. I guess both Capture the Flags, like weapons as well. And there was a big sort of debate over whether you should have mercy scores. So one of them would play to 5-0, and then the other one would just be time limited. And so obviously, you know, nobody wants to play a match that ends up like 15-0. But on the other hand, there were definitely matches that would be, you know, 4-0, 4-1 halfway through that you could turn around and come back from. And when you're playing against a mercy score, when it's 1 point away from ending the match, you play totally different than if it's like 4-1 and you still have 5 minutes left. So it's kind of an interesting scenario, like how different those can feel in the course of a match. To be fair too, the UT 2004, as someone who has revisited my UT 2K4 campaign speedrun, I'm here to tell you, when you get to the assault stages, it's no joke. Those bots are on godlike mode, especially if you save that for the last matches you play. And some of them are legitimately hard just to win, not even to speedrun, but just to actually come out on top, even with all of the bot manipulation and settings exploits. There's just not enough ways to break the map to make it easy. There are times when you actually have to just get lucky. So if anyone knows any tricks to break assault maps in 2K4, definitely let me know, or I should say the ones in the campaign at least, the stock maps. Because I would love to get that speed run down quicker. But man, those bots are brutal by the time you get to the end, especially in Mothership. Now luckily there's a way to glitch it so that you keep your spawn protection while you're in the ships, but playing without spawn protection on Mothership against godlike bots, I have no idea what you're supposed to do. You just get blasted. They also cheat with the link gun. I feel like the bots cheated with the link gun in every game though, or Pulse in UT99. If you got up close and they had it out, they would just stick it on your dome and you would just melt. All right, looks like we do have 10 players back in the server. You know, I actually knew that Steve Polge was behind the Reaper bot, and that's how they hired him. I did not realize that it was some sort of first. I thought it was just a really good bot. All right, so we got all 10 players in the game. I'm actually going to turn back down the music to be ready to roll. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a best of 3, or I'm not exactly sure how they're going to work this sort of assault match within the greater match, but we're just going to roll with it. We'll look at what they do and we'll talk about it, and we'll let the admins sort it out. All right, we are now on Golgotha. Players are ready. Here is your countdown. 3, 2, 1. Man, it's game time, baby. ConX5. Bringing you some assault now. We're playing this mixed mode tournament. Seen some weapons capture the flag, Instagib capture the flag, Blitz. And now some assault for the second time in a row here. We're playing, I think best of 3 assault. Golgotha, it kind of sounds like you expect, or it sounds like what you expect it to be, which is it's a very gothic, very sort of, it's almost a Doom-esque map. You get giant like pits, or giant bridges over pits over lava and demon skulls on the wall and stuff. Auto cam not gonna do us any good. Let's back up and maybe get a view of the group here pushing forward. Who is up front? Is that Karaz? Karaz only 5 HP. We'll go on board with him. I feel like he's probably going to go down soon.
Objective accomplished.
This is a really, really big scale map. Like you feel like you're sneaking into some demon stronghold. Ooh, big rocket behind him. Somehow survives with 5 HP. Now this is one, I don't think you can necessarily ninja cap this one, but you can end this one quickly. If you're ready, I think you have to, like, touch the altar, right, to finish it off. There's the other objective. Somehow, Karaz is able to get through with 5 HP. I'm mostly sticking with him at this point out of pure morbid curiosity. How far is he going to go with 5 life? We'll go from his perspective. You see him going down in there and taking shots at that, oh, that big, I don't know, demon heart thing. And just like that, ending it quickly.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So a blazing fast speed there on that initial cap. We'll see what they can answer with. See if we can give you a look at the scoreboard. So 150 on the board here for blue. I think they were probably the favorites coming in here for the assault game types, so not surprising if they do win this one, but man, red gonna have to put a lot of damage out very quickly to try to match that blazing fast. Under 2 minutes on this map is pretty solid. I do love the look of this map. I'm sad it's not a longer map for us. It does make it kind of hard to see red opponents. If I had known ahead of time, I could have changed their color, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, speaking of the original Quake, this map seems like something from the original Quake as far as the style goes. I feel like you just need like Trent Reznor in the background. I've got this kind of chill, you know, EDM-inspired playlist going, but need some distorted guitars and like screaming about being, I don't know, being lonely or riding a dragon across the sky or whatever. You can do both, I suppose. That's how I feel when I play Skyrim. So 30 seconds to go, still trying to fight their way through to that undead access. You gotta love the names of the control points too. Defend the dungeon, defend the heart, into the temple. Like, it's just such a dramatic map. So a little bit of progress made. Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to run out of time here. 5 seconds to go. And that'll be a fast one, but that's the second assault win. So even if we were playing best of 3, either way, blue going to come out on top. And that'll be their second point of the matchup as well. So interesting because they're going to go into this last match against Latam down a point, but with the opportunity, if they win 2 to tie it up, and then, I don't know, it'll go to tiebreakers. Maybe they'll play a final map to decide it. All right, so we're going to send you over to some brackets. This is what we got going on as we wait for this one to get decided. That was Adrenaline versus Samix Mandem. Adrenaline taking 2 points in that matchup. Samix taking 1. So that means Adrenaline will have 4 points going into this last game against Latam. Latam will have 5 points. So if Adrenaline wins 2 out of the 3 of those sets, they'll end up tied. If they win 3 out of 3, they'll win it outright. So, all right, we're essentially here at the grand finals, if you want to think about it that way. We got Adrenaline Bros coming in with 4 points, Latam with 5. So basically, Latam's got like a 1 map advantage, if you want to think of it that way. We will be playing on a North American hub. They'll be playing in New York. Try to even out pings as much as possible. So ultimately, it's still basically a best of 3. If Latam wins 2 out of 3, they win outright. If Adrenaline wins 2 out of 3, they tie, and then we'll go to some sort of tiebreaker. If Adrenaline wins 3 out of 3, they will win. They will win outright. Just final standings in this event. So still a lot to play here, and still a lot of opportunity for either team. They're going to be doing their map picks and bans and all of that. I'm going to take a quick break and let them sort that out and get the server up and running, and we'll be back at you when they're ready to go. Man, this playlist got really happy-go-lucky. Okay, it got a little funkier. I'm down with that. This is the Argo Fox playlist, by the way. Trying to expand my royalty-free streaming music catalog, and this is a playlist on YouTube. No commercials, and it's all royalty-free, so it shouldn't be any copyright issues. If anyone else wants to give them a shot, that's certainly worth checking out. And if anyone else has any other suggestions for copyright, or not copyrighted, or royalty-free, rather, music, always open to that. Oh, it looks like we might potentially see some bombing run this round as well. Now that would be interesting because definitely a mode that most teams haven't played nearly as much. I don't care if you're playing as a Blitz team, an Assault team, a Capture the Flag team, a TDM team, whatever. So could be intriguing. Looks like we do have a server up, so I'm going to jump in there. All right, getting players in, we'll just give a quick recap. So again, this will be another best of 3. And in this case, Latam coming in with 5 points on the board. Adrenaline coming in with 4. So if Latam wins 2 of the 3, they will be the tournament winners outright. Adrenaline would need 3 wins to come out on top. If Adrenaline gets 2 out of the 3, they'll be tied, and then they'll go to some sort of tiebreaker system that I will let the statistician wizards figure out on their side. I don't know if they're going to do a tiebreaker map at that point, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So we're just about to hit the 3-hour mark. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with us today. First time I've casted on my channel in a while. Lately I've been mostly doing gigs on other channels. So between UT, Diabolical, got some other stuff potentially in the works. But again, appreciate everyone joining me, you know, following, subbing, or not, you know, whatever. Chatting at least. Just have fun and chill. I'm glad that everyone could take time in your holidays to play some video games. I know I personally will be going outside after this match. It's finally got super nice. It's been super cold for about a week. Super cold for our usuals. It's been right around freezing. And we're actually supposed to go camping soon. We'll see what the temperature ends up being then. I've camped below freezing before. It's always fun to wake up in the morning and have to start a fire to melt your drink, just so you can drink some water. So Kelly32, I don't think we've seen Kelly play so far today. She was in a server earlier, swapped out maybe due to ping issues or maybe just not liking the map or whatever the case may be. Looks like Kelly may be stepping in this map. And you got to think, given that we're playing TTF on quick and the results we saw earlier today, I mean, you'd have to think that LATAM would be the favorites here. But, I mean, anything can happen. Weird things when you do the whole paper, rock, scissors team. Team A, you know, A beats B, B beats C, and then C beats A, and you don't know what to think. I think if LATAM gets on top early, though, they'll be able to ride it out. So if they can get up 2-0, I think they'll be able to dictate the flow of the rest of the match, like we've seen them do before. And whether that means it ends up being 2-0 in the end, or whether that means they continue to push and try to make it like a game where they score 5 points and win 5-2, 5-3, or whatever. I think if they can get up by 2 at some point, that'll be critical. I know that's like a Maddenism. It's like saying the team that scores the most points is probably going to come out ahead. But I don't see blue here. I don't see them coming from behind. I almost think they need to be hyper aggressive early and try to jump on LATAM and cause them to play from behind. But anyway, we don't have to speculate for much longer. We got 10 players in, everyone warming up. Looks like we're almost ready. Ping's definitely going to be a concern, but again, LATAM mostly from Latin America. Adrenaline mostly from Europe, so they're playing on a New York City hub, trying to split the difference until we get those mid-Atlantic OC-192 connected underwater server farms or whatever. The best we can do. So it's cool to see teams from basically across the world able to even play together to some extent. I mean, certainly 10-20 years ago, this wouldn't have even been a figment of someone's imagination. So pretty cool to see. And we are now kicking it off. All right, here comes your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. Connex 5 bringing the last Capture the Flag match of the day. We are here in what is essentially our grand finals. LATAM going to have a 1-point advantage in this. Up to 3 points on the board. If they can win 2 out of 3, the tournament will be theirs. Adrenaline trying to answer back. Remember, LATAM won big on this map when they played earlier in the day. You expect them to be the favorites coming into it, but anything can happen. I think the first few minutes of this one will really be important to keep an eye on. How aggressive is LATAM? How much progress do they make? We're already seeing that flag moving. Exquisite, you see, has it coming out sniper side. He's out in mid. Rockets in front of him, though. Nice cutoff there, and it's going to be hard to get around that corner, but the defense both jumps behind him, but they do get that flag returned. Now we've got Bezzy Boomza out in mid. Ooh, combos coming out. That flag's going to get likely returned. There it is. Shield belt does come up right now. We've got players all over it for both sides. I think Crytek might have grabbed it, or maybe Exquisite grabbed it. There were players all over it. Let's see what the blue flag looks like. They've got a deluge of red players heading that direction, but I think the blue team may have backed up and slowed them down a bit. Yeah, base looks clean for the moment. You do have Amp coming up in 10 seconds. We'll go see what that looks like. Again, down low in that water, dangerous spot, kind of a trap. Both teams are going to know when the first power-up spawn. That does get grabbed. Looks like it went down. Alpha will have it in his hands. Exquisite does have the flag moving. That's going to go backwards. So what does Alpha do with this? It looks like he's going to maybe be happy to just control mid. Oh, Matt feeds him a rocket for his trouble. And what is Matt going to do now? A couple of kills in mid, pushing forward. It's just going to cause them to respawn back in their own base, though. You'd like to have a flag carrier running towards you. If you got Amp, nice job there, though, doing exactly that. Getting one free shot into the back of the defender, had no chance to defend himself. Matt on a killing spree, but more importantly, Exquisite with the flag. Running out to mid, we'll try to follow it. Coming around the side, one player, 2 players in front. He's going to have to wait for his cover. He tries to piston over the top, and he makes it. He's in his shock now. Will they get the pickup? They do. Gabo with a nice pickup, heading back to his base. And that will be the first cap on the board. And like I was saying, it's so critical. If LATAM can get up 2, I just don't see a way for Adrenaline to come back in this game. I think Adrenaline, it's counterintuitive, but I think they have to fight the urge to be ultra defensive here. A loss is a loss and a win is a win. It doesn't matter if you you know, lose 2-0, 5-0. If you can't get that flag moving, it really doesn't make a difference. So I would like to see a big chance taken by them in this first half. At some point, put 4 people on offense or something. Push up a defender to mid. Something to try to wrest control away. And LATAM has been excellent controlling the power-ups and capture the flag this whole day. I imagine yesterday probably looked the same. They were dominant on this map in the first match. Continuing it here, Crytek making great combos with that, well, until Brutal suicided on him, but that's fine. Did you get that flag moving some more? The Squid's gonna have it coming back into his base. Oh, Piston straight to the stand. That'll be 2, and really, really early 2-0 lead. Fast start here by LATAM. Pretty much, I think, what we probably expected given the 2 matches we've seen from these teams today on this map.
Red flag returned.
All right, so we do have a belt coming up as we approach the first, or the half point of the first half, if you will, sort of, I guess, the end of the first quarter. Crytek going to be out mid with it. Not super healthy. He's going to be running a little bit of armor straight back to his shock, and his cover does a great job of clearing a path through mid. That's something we're seeing from LATAM this time that we didn't see in that first match. In the first match when they played on this map, their flag runners were getting cut off in mid. They were getting disrupted, knocked into corners and such, really causing them problems. Now, they're really doing a lot better at clearing a path, getting through mid, not getting held up, and of course controlling the power-ups like they had been all day. And Crytek right now, smart play. He's just translocating around the map. He's trying to stay alive, doesn't want to give up that amp. He eventually goes down, but did eat some time off it. So if you're going to give up the amp, give up as little time as possible. Oh, a nice accidental misdirection there, giving up the flag to his teammate. JRB running out mid. You see rockets in front of him and behind him. Still has a decent amount of health, though. Nope, down to 25. He goes down. Nobody there for the pickup. There's the return. We are halfway through the first half. And really, LATAM up big. Certainly not over yet, but I mean, there's a reason that I think we call them the favorites coming into this one. Bezzy Boomza does have it through mid right now, and I don't know how many people have eyes on him. He might get a free run back to his shock. Right now, everybody's behind him on the defense. He needs some cover right now that was likely to drop.
Red flag returned.
Oh, and that was a return. Crytek, meanwhile, has blue flag. I think that was the closest that they've gotten to a cap right there. There was a great opportunity. Just couldn't get the pickup. Instead, Crytek rebounds across the map, scores, puts him up 4-0, and we could see a quick cap out here. Remember, there is a 5-0 mercy roll. Amp in play, Crytek with it in his hands. I feel like every amp has been in Crytek's hands this map. It was pretty much that way in their first game. Matt grabbed a couple. We actually saw a couple of contested ones, but I feel like he's just been having his way with the power-ups this game. Ooh, rocket to the back. A double kill there. Crytek with the combo on the tail end of that amp. No flag movement, but definitely being a disruptive force. And you see him backing up into mid. That's a smart play. If you're going to grab armor, you got to have the health to back it up. Otherwise, you're just wasting that pickup. So I like that play, waiting for his teammates. He might grab this one. He's got bio on the flag. He's going to need to clear. Nice combo. Peeking in on the defense. He might just clear a path for Exquisite to grab it. And he does just that. I don't know if they meant to do that. They sort of high-fived each other right on top of the flag, and it looks like neither of them were able to survive. Flag returned. And Crytek already back on the flag, so aggressive play there to get back in there. Ooh, gets blasted out of midair in mid. That flag will go back. 2.5 minutes to go. And flags continue to just bounce around left and right. We'll try to stick with this one, see where it can go in mid. He's across mid. Amp is up. Crytek has it, but Exquisite's already back in his base. Is anyone on blue going to be able to cut him off? It looks like there's one down. He goes down, and that will be it. So emphatic win there by LATAM. That'll be tournament point for them. They now have 6 points on the board. That gives them a 3-point lead now, I believe. We had 4 or 5. Or they're 6. Yeah, they're 6 point on the board, right? So they're now up 6-4. So Adrenaline now, no room for error. They're going to have to win out the rest of this match. All right, so first game mode down. I think we said we're playing Blitz next, if I'm not mistaken. Blitz, which I think can be a much closer matchup between these two. And then Bombing Run would be the tiebreaker, which we haven't seen yet today. And that's kind of an X factor here. So we'll see if it even gets to that. All right, we do have Meltdown back up, and we will be joining in. All right, 9 players back in the server, already ready to roll. LATAM tournament point. If they take this map, they win it all. Adrenaline trying to stay alive. They need to win this one and the Bombing Run game in order to tie LATAM as far as total points go. I'm not even sure what the tiebreaker would be after that because they don't have any head-to-head beyond this. I mean, maybe at that point, Adrenaline would win since they would have taken 2 out of 3 in their head-to-head. I don't know. I'll let the admins worry about that. As it is, we're going to get these rosters filled out. Looks like we got 5 on either side. Should be starting here shortly. I think this is going to be a big opportunity for Adrenaline, though. I mean, they're probably going to be favored here. Maybe not as much as LATAM was favored in CTF, but I think they've got to be the favorites here, just based on their past experience. All right, players look like they're still getting warmed up. I guess 3 hours of playing, you know, not quite enough for them. That said, I mean, all jokes aside, we have kept this tournament moving right along. And it looks like we're going to keep that going. So here we go. Blitz going to be potentially the last map of the day. We'll see if LATAM can take it. This will be their tournament. All right, here comes your countdown. You see the flags. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. Connex 5. We're here on some more Blitz action. We did see LATAM taking that capture the flag pretty handily. That'll give them tournament point now. Although they are going up against Adrenaline in perhaps their best game type. So red team's going to peek tunnel. There's actually 2 defenders inside the tunnel rally point. Pretty aggressive stance there. Can be dangerous. If red really wants to be aggressive, they could overload one side. 2 defenders go down though, so you know, probably actually a decent outcome for blue there. They take some time off the clock. They get killed, they go back, but no end around, no ninja caps going to be available for them. It's a little bit scary when you put people that far forward. When someone can see where they are and bounce around and then make an end run straight for the capture point, that can be really spooky. But in any case, they're able to push forward 1-on-1 on this point. This could be a big kill for Alpha. Oh, he gets away. Oh, and the cover comes forward. Actually, I think Gabo probably needed to... Yep, he's going to push right back forward and take that point. So LATAM right now doing a great job, of getting kills on the defense. We're going to see Matt maybe. No, they can't. Did he grab that point? We do have... Oh, and the defense holding. Some nice hold there to keep them off of that flag, off the pickup. They're going to have to back up now. And you see Bezzy Boomza with an amp for the defense. We'll go on board with him. Everybody's stacked in that one corner. Just chaos. Trying to get around and like we said before, arguably the most important rally point most of the time in the map. Now they might switch off and go right side here. If they do that, I don't think they want to take that tunnel point. They're going to take it. Exquisite's probably up here saying, hey, push forward now. That's going to give the defense time to rotate, given that they took that tunnel point. So flag carrier is going to be pushing back through mid. He's still back at tunnel. Perhaps the missed opportunity, but we're down to 30 seconds left with 3 stars. Defense has still got its lives pretty spread out. You can see a pretty conservative approach here. They're basically giving up 3 stars at this point on offense. Unable to get to these the second level of rally points so far. And that's really cost them. So you do have the Redeemer online. They do finally get over the hump there, grab that rally point. They'll be up towards the vents. Oh, they go down. Nice use of the link. Exquisite there is going to grab it. We do have the Redeemer headed out. Oh, and he clips the edge. It's so hard to fly a Redeemer with high ping. Can't even blame them. Flag drop now, deep in enemy base, but there's nobody there to really pick it up. And this flag's going to be in an awkward position. And this is going to burn some precious time. This is time that LATAM does not have. Matt's got the amp, but he has nowhere to rally. They're still trying to push forward. Matt's in great position to get some terminations, but they need to push forward right now. They need a rally immediately. There it is. Now they have to get into their base and do as much damage as possible. They're facing 1 star as it is. We're going to go on board with the flag runner. He's going to be too far behind, so 1 star max. Already a great hold here by blue. 2 players facing termination, but they're going to hold them to 1 and not much time on the clock. If not a full pull, if they're not careful, LATAM here could be facing a -1, but it looks like they're going to get in there. Oh, he gets denied on the stick. They've got 1 player left. He'll walk in. And no, he gets denied with the grenades. And just more time being eaten off the clock. It's 5-on-2, but remember, the offense has to run all the way across the map since they don't have a rally point. So 30 seconds to go. 1 player with 1 life left on defense. Alpha is probably going to play it pretty conservatively here. They still have a good 10-second run to that cap. So there you go. Actually, I was wrong. He was about a 4-second run to that cap. But, you know, you see him pick it up here, and they know they've got a free run at this point. But with so much time taken off the clock, hugely successful defense there by the blue team. All right, so blue, Adrenaline now going to put themselves in great position. Really no pressure here. They don't need to take any chances. Obviously, they want to score as quickly as possible, as you always do, but no reason to do anything too high risk reward here. They can just push their way across. Now, they are going to be facing a team with very good fragging ability, so they can't necessarily count just on out-fragging them. They will have to use their positioning to their advantage. They can probably count on LATAM being aggressive. You see 3 of them jumping the flag carrier already, but you don't want to get shot in the back when you do it. I mean, I guess you never want to get shot in the back, but that is the danger when you rush forward like that and you rush the flag carrier. The rest of their cover can just turn around and blast you. And already second level rally point being grabbed. Remember, it took almost 2 minutes, I think, on that last run for red to get that far. So already beating their pace and in good shape, although he does go down there. You see that flag contested in mid. Red team surrounding it, and this is a good opportunity. So this flag's actually going to fall forward, if you will. This could be a great chance to subtract some time on that clock. Brutal swings up and grabs it. Smart play, going to get to that rally point. Gives this team that respawn. He's going to try the old feign death approach. I think he was just passing the flag that time. It's kind of interesting because he passed it to a weaker player. But you do have Mats in mid with that amp shock rifle, going to be impossible to avoid. Still making great time as they are knocking on the door of the base. Nice spread of these defensive lives, however, so still in decent shape to back up and defend. You do see the flag carrier bouncing up. Risky play, though. If they can take him out, this could take a lot of time off the clock. And no one's going to touch this flag in time. It's going to fall back. If you're LATAM, you might think about backing up and refreshing your health. Someone like Crytek here could go down real easily. I think he's going to do just that. They burned that first, let's say 20 seconds off the clock, and now about 35 seconds to go. LATAM here has got to take it one step at a time. It's 5-on-4, but they basically got one more opportunity to try to get 3 stars on the board. Does Adrenaline, and if LATAM can just turn them away, looks like they're going to go for that cave point. I like the use of the grenades here. They know exactly which direction he's going to be coming from here. Just force him to dive into that spam. Why not? They can get one more kill in the flag carrier. It'll prevent them from getting 3 stars. Right now, though, oh, nice job clearing a path. Big combo comes out. Big denial on the stick, and they don't quite get it. So 3 stars with just 4 seconds left. We'll see the replay here, but Adrenaline just had they just had control of the map for so long. 3 people there to pick up the flag, 2 go down, and then the third person slams it home. Big 3-1 lead early on in this one. So a tough spot to be in here for LATAM. Down 3-1. You know, they're obviously going to have a lot of pressure on the defense for the next defensive round, but first things first, they got to put some points on the board. We'll see what they decide to change up here. It doesn't look like Blue is pushing 2 players. No, they are pushing 2 players in the tunnel. It's a fairly risky play, I feel like. I feel like if LATAM just made a straight push, straight up the left side, 5 players, no stopping, they could outrun. They would have a 5-on-3 to win, to outrun them straight back to the base. It's a risky play, but, I mean, you're down 3-1. They had absolutely no luck getting past this point their first round. You see the defense is already set up around the corner. Lots of grenades coming through. And this is really what stymied them in the first round. They couldn't beat 3 people with grenade launchers coming around this corner trying to take this point. It took them pretty much half the round just to turn that corner. You see still 3 players with grenades. looking for an opportunity to push forward in the flag runner. The flag runner is going to switch back over to tunnels. Not a bad move, but the defense basically has 3 people on the right side and 2 people on the left. And they're basically back up to where they would be at the beginning of the round. Defense right now holding very strong. I think if you're LATAM here, you have to focus fire. Try to split the enemy team. Try to fight 5-on-3, 5-on-2. They need to overwhelm somebody right now. Maybe even dive through these grenades, as unintuitive as it is. You see Brutal GG right now on a rampage, pretty much just sitting back and throwing grenades everywhere. So Crytek with the flag in his hands, gonna switch back over. He's finally gonna get hold of mid. It looks like they cleared this out. He's gonna have one more person to beat. Bezzy booms and knocks him off the point, but a split second late. So that rally point's huge. That was such a big step forward. But it took him almost as long as it did last round, maybe even slightly longer. Forget the exact timing on it, but in any case, just tough going, getting into this middle section of the map. LATAM has had no success, and look at how many lives are still on the board for the defense. So really a huge opportunity to take perhaps an insurmountable lead with another defensive hold here. So Redeemer is up. We do have Amp in Matt's hands. Down to 25 HP though. He's going to back up. Doesn't want to give up that Amp to the defense by dying. Redeemer is out. We'll take a look at that. Going through mid, nobody really particularly low on lives. And again, clipping the wall. As I mentioned before though, flying a Redeemer with high ping is very, very difficult. So Exquisite in enemy base, making a push in there. He's going to go down immediately. One relay. He'll go down. Another pickup. Brutal GG on another killing spree. Brutal right now. With 14 kills this round, only 1 death. Just an impressive round on the defensive side there. You saw him holding with the grenade launcher that armor area. Finally, the first termination comes through. Less than a minute to go. And if LATAM's not careful, this could be a point for Blue with an opportunity for them to finish things off next round. Flag runner up top. Exquisite gets pushed away by Rockets. Only 3 defenders left alive, but there's nobody there to really respawn. Mads gets terminated. Rockets take him down. Gabba's going to be the last one alive. No, you have Matt over there with him, but Brutal with 1 denial. If he can get 1 more kill. Oh, and he goes down, and that's going to allow them to cap. Only 1 point on the, or only 1 star, I should say, on the board. So we'll see a nice denial here. Brutal, giving it everything he had, trying to really get that extra point for that full hold. Not going to come through, but with a 3-2 lead, this is really a huge round.
You are attacking.
And if LATAM wants to stay alive, they have to hold this round. They have to do something big here. All right, we're live here. Red's going to have to hold them to 2 stars, so this could be it for this game mode. Remember, it's tournament point for LATAM, but if Adrenaline wins this, they'll be able to tie them by winning bombing run as far as total points go, and I don't know what the tiebreaker is. It might be the head-to-head. I'm not actually sure. So if they go on and they do continue hold on to win this, it could be winner take all in bombing run next map. All right, so we're going to see a run left. Rally point comes up. He'll run back right. Tunnels is pretty clear. Every defender has lost a life already, so a nice start here by Blue. We've seen him make that run before, that wall run up to that checkpoint rally point, but he's got Crytek on him now that'll turn him away. And a pretty nice push there by Crytek to keep him off of that path straight up to that rally point that we've seen him take in the past today. Damage amp will be up. Brutal GG will have it in his hands, and an opportunity to go on another long killing spree. We saw him go nuts on defense last round. Hey Toshkos, appreciate the bits, man. Like I said, I accidentally, ooh, rockets into his face. He's gonna go down. We're gonna catch up to this flag. Point blank against Flag. Flag gets the kill but goes down. We're gonna see this flag moving again. So Red has actually done a pretty decent job of slowing them down here. Less than a minute to go to finish this one. But look at those lives. 3, 2, 2, 2, and 2. I mean, I don't hate it. Honestly, if you're just trying to stay alive, you can't think about you know, you can't really think about the enemy flag runner, and this is what they need to do. They need to push them back, just slow them down, try to keep your team with any mathematical chance. They still got 23 seconds, though. They could make a push here. I think he's going to go for it, try to end it. Very, very risky play. He's going to go down. I say very risky, more like very difficult, very unlikely play. If he goes down, that flag's still going to end up back in their hands with a chance to cap with plenty of time to get 2 stars. You have 3 players facing elimination, 2 with 2 lives. Blue's still in good chance, or still in good shape rather, with a great chance to cap 2 stars here. But they do need to get some kills on the board. They got to turn aggressive. So Matt goes down, 5 on 4, 3 players with 1 life left. Looking to get some kills, but time is ticking now. If you're a blue team here, you don't want to run out of time being too conservative. I think he's thinking about making a push. No, he's going to go back and get 1 more rally point. That's interesting. That's going to only give him 1 more push to get 2 stars. I think they've got to push now. They get 1 more kill. 4 players defending, everyone with 1 life left. He's going to try to grenade jump. He misses it. 1 rocket could be huge here. They take him out. They've got 1 player left and a full wipe on the offense by the defense. That was huge. If they can stay them or keep them away, if they can stay on top of it for 10 more seconds, they can hold them to 1 star. That would be a massive hold right now. Still 4 players alive. Latham doing a great job of playing efficient defense. Holds them to 1 star now. And if they can hold off for another minute, that would be, well, it would tie the game. It would be massive. Chris Power goes down. It's 5 on 2. Likely to see a cap here. There it is, but still a pretty good hold by the defense. Finally, that was the defense that they needed. Try to come back into this one. They still got their work cut out for them, but not giving up and staying alive. Take a quick look at the scoreboard for that one. So again, still a big lead, right? Like still 4-2. Blue giving themselves a big boost in that very first round. But now Red, they only have to score 1 star to stay alive in this one. So they bought themselves 1 more round. See what they can do with it. So to give you an idea, so if Red scores 3 stars this round, it'll still only be 5-4. That means Blue's going to have 1 more attack round where if they score at all, they'll be able to tie it up, and then it'll come to the difference, right? The advantage time. So even if Red gets 3 stars here, Blue will have a great opportunity to try to finish off strong, but we'll see what happens. Red has had trouble turning this corner, coming from cliffs. Every single round we saw Brutal going absolutely nuts with the grenade launcher last time. They just haven't had an answer. It looks like their answer this time is to go back over to tunnels. And it looks like he's going to head straight up. He might go up the right side of the map. There's only 1 blue player on the right side, but they've decided they still want to push left side. Not a bad move. They actually got quite a few kills there all at once. Only 4 kills on the board against the defense, but they came with good timing. You see them grabbing cliffs again, taking their time. Matt's got amp. He's going to want to push forward here. They've got another round of kills on the defense. Everyone on defense just died. This is their opportunity if they want to take another rally point. This could be a huge moment. Matt with another kill, this time on Alpha. Latam has done a much better job getting past the halfway point of this map this round than they had their prior runs. He's turning around, trying to get another kill. Ooh, high ping Link is so tricky. But you're seeing some defenders now down to 2 lives. We'll go on board with the flag runner. See what he decides to do. He's going to play a little bit carefully. Getting that back relay point. They still, or back rally point, I should say. They still need a few more kills before they can really feel confident about being aggressive. They can make a push here if they wanted, and then just grab that flag and rally again once they drop it. It might be too late now. I think they're going to have to back up and hope for some terminations. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. So we'll go head forward. Get a view from the defensive side. So the defense at this point is pretty much pushed back in their base. They got a couple of players with 4 and 2 lives respectively. Those players can be aggressive if they want. Alpha, though, going down. That's an early termination. That's pretty big. Looks like they're not going to be able to get 3 stars on the board, but Latim's put themselves in position to have a pretty good chance to get 2. Crytek's up top. He's going to make a push. He's going to go down. I don't think they want to touch this flag here. I think they want to pick it up, go back and get another rally. They've got 5 on 3 at this point. Oh, Exquisite comes from behind. He grabs it and goes down into the... Oh, this is a big risk. If he goes down here, that's going to cost him a ton of time, but everyone is going down on the defense. And they do manage to get 2 stars on the board. And look at that advantage time. 43 seconds, I think it was, left on the board. So Exquisite coming around the backside, picking up the flag, bouncing backwards through the reactor. A nice cover kill right there. That was crucial. So only 2 stars, but tons of advantage time, and that could be big. Now it's up to their defense.
Attackers must score 1 star to win.
Actually, no, it won't be big because it all comes down to a full hold. That's right. So since we're tied up now, all blue has to do is score. Red team has to have a full defensive hold. And here we go. It'll all come down to this round.
Picked up. Flag taken.
Yeah, so if Adrenaline hangs on to take this one, we'll be tied 1 point apiece in this matchup. We'll be going to a 3rd game type. That'll be bombing run. And it depends on the tiebreakers from there. Remember, Latam came into this one with a 1 point advantage. So if Adrenaline takes 2 out of 3, they'll technically be tied. Blue making pretty good progress. Red only taking 3 deaths. They're playing fairly conservatively here, probably for the best. At this point, you're playing for the long haul. You don't want to necessarily be super aggressive at the beginning and lose a bunch of lives, because that's your biggest enemy right now, is your number of lives. If you're on defense here, you just want to burn clock. All right, Alfred with the amp in his hands. He's going to push forward. He's going to try to do the opposite, right? The attackers here obviously want to cap quickly, but more than anything, they want to start a fight. They want to force red team. Oh, a nice double kill there, backing up with the flag and the amp. Alfred with a clutch play right there. Across the map, getting 2 quick kills. Still has amp, trying to get some more damage on Crytek. Crytek takes him out. Amp pretty much over, but we'll follow him for the last couple shots. Oof, he goes down. Flag will be backing up into mid. We'll see who grabs it. If you're blue right now, you're not worried about the number of stars. You're mostly worried about the number of enemy lives. So keeping those rally points going is crucial. They're finally going to push forward. They still haven't taken any control over mid. They finally get in their hands. Still 2.5 minutes, because again, 1 star will win it for them. So a bit of a different feel than a normal round. You don't necessarily have to rush through. Defense, you see Matt pushing way up here. Risky play. We see 1 termination. Matt trying to take down the flag runner, but that's not really going to do him any good. He goes down 2-1. It's 5 on 4 now, and they need to hold off for 2 more minutes. It's going to be a very difficult hold for Latam, who had a really impressive defensive round last time. But I think right now this is costing them too many lives. 3 players facing elimination. It's going to be very, very difficult to pull out 2 minutes worth of defense. And Brutal pushed all the way up to their base. He'll fight 3-on-1. He doesn't care. He has infinite lives. Turning around the defense to give his flag runner plenty of room to work with. Matt's going to grab that amp. We'll see if he can subtract some of those lives and help seal the deal here. do have a Redeemer en route. Let's see if this one clips the wall, and it does. So far, no successful Redeemers with high ping, but we do see a walk in there, and that will do it. So 0.2 for Blitz. That'll go. The Team Adrenaline, they're 1 point apiece. Again, I don't know what the tiebreaker here will be. Technically, LATAM still has a 1 point advantage in the overall rankings. All right, so we're going to let them get the bombing run server up and running, and that'll be our last match of the day, one way or another. So I'll let them get up and running with that. I'm going to take one more quick water break. Stick around for what is essentially the last map of our grand final. All right, so they're getting the hub up and running now. I'm going to give you guys just a push over to the AFK screen just so you have something pretty to look at in the meantime. Yeah, I added on the fly instead of using studio mode. I don't care what the man tells me to do. All right, looks like server up, so should be getting up and running here shortly. This song is so 90s rave. I'm kind of into it. I wasn't cool enough to go to raves in the 90s, but I feel like this is kind of like... kind of upbeat. All right, back into the game. Server's got players in it. Ooh, a fancy new scoreboard for us to get used to. Hey, Mikey. You know, it's actually been, well, it's been cold. It's been seasonably cold lately. It got unseasonably warm today. It's like in the 50 to 60 Fahrenheit range. And so the cat's just been outside all day, probably murdering things. We'll probably walk out and there'll be a poof of feathers or half a mouse or something lying around. Lately it's been cold and he's been hanging out inside more, so. So it's interesting. I'm going to have to get used. This is a completely different scoreboard, y'all. That said, oh, is there adrenaline in this map? That's kind of hilarious. So, Anubis, of course, the UT 2003 bombing run demo map. So, by all accounts, the original bombing run map. If you don't count, you know, Deathball or some of the mods that maybe inspired it. Interesting because while it has these open areas like you see, there's also a lot of very, very tight corridors and lots of choke points to get into, well, both into the bases where the capture zone is, if you will, and then also through mid. All right, looks like still 6 of 10 players in the server. It's entirely possible that some folks didn't pre-download the game type and can be waiting on that to install. That would be pretty hilarious. But we're just going to jam out in the meantime. So yeah, that's the base right there. You see him coming out to mid. Armor's right there. Basically, you can go left, right, or center. The sides will be obviously longer paths, but you can break line of sight. There's some pickups around there. This map is very, very simple as far as its layout goes. It's basically like a tic-tac-toe board. You basically got a square of rooms and then one in the center. It's kind of interesting seeing these like high definition adrenaline pills. I haven't seen them, I think, in UT4. Oh, it looks like they're playing with adrenaline. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was going to be part of it. So we are playing with adrenaline. Looks like the lightning rifle you just picked up, but there's also sniper rifle ammo. Yeah, it honestly wouldn't surprise me if a lot of players are still downloading at least the map. It's so funny to, like, how have I never seen cosplay that involved carrying a giant ass redeemer on your back? That would be pretty sweet. You know what actually would be sweet? Would be to make like a duffel bag or a backpack or something functional, or maybe even like a Bluetooth speaker of some sort that you could carry around that just looked like a redeemer. Maybe it can hold like a pony keg of beer or something. I don't know. All right, looks like we got 9 out of 10 in the server. Should be getting started shortly. To give you guys an update, again, this is essentially the grand finals. LATAM just lost their first map. So they effectively have a 1-point lead in the overall standings against Adrenaline. Adrenaline could tie them by winning this game. That would, however, give them a 2 out of 3 advantage in the head-to-head. So I don't know what the tiebreaker is. I don't know if it's like total points, total losses, head-to-head. But that will come into play if Adrenaline can win this map. Yeah, so Adrenaline in 2K3 and 4, you had a few different options, but yeah, speed and invisibility are fairly straightforward. I'm not sure the exact implementation here because I haven't played Bombing Run in this game. Gotcha. So it sounds like the booster is the same as 2K3 and 4, where it just basically regens health and armor. Invisibility is very, very situational. It was used in TAM/elimination in the 2K4 days sometimes. That pit right there, by the way, does kill you. I know it may surprise you with all the spiky metal pits falling down into oblivion, but you don't want to jump in there. Does make it interesting. You can defend this point, at least in the 2K3 and 4 days, pretty effectively by just preventing someone from being able to dive in there. That's why that's one of the ideas behind being able to pass the ball through the goal to get less points versus jumping through it. Honestly, the mode that I missed most from Team Fortress 2, if I'm being completely honest, is prop hunt. It was so stupid, but so fun. Like, there's only so many modes in FPS games where you can get online with like 10 drunk people and just have a blast, because it's like you don't really care. And prop hunt was one of those game modes. Just stupidity ensued all the time. And I think it's easy to forget that. You sometimes need to be able to laugh when you play games, right? Well, that and Invasion RPG. But Invasion RPG is obviously the premier esport just waiting to happen. So that fight there, that little warm-up fight, gives you a good example of how open, this is an entrance to a base, how wide open some of the areas in this map are, and how much, shock and sniper can come into play, versus some of those really tight corridors, both into and out of the bases, and then also, through mid. So it really just depends. Like, there's not one style of play that I would say is probably hugely advantage. It's all just about knowing where your opponent is. And this is one of those maps, keeping track of that ball, of where it is and where the enemy's going with it, definitely requires a lot of coordination. Are we ready? Is that what we're seeing? Looks like it. All right, players are ready. Here is your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And it's game time, baby. Connex 5 bringing you Bombing Run for the first time in this game. Ball spectator joined the server. I presume that's part of the game mode. So you see that ball getting grabbed in mid. Crytek with the, I guess, ball, we'll call it. Is there a way to... I'm going to try AutoCam. I don't know if there's a way to actually tell it just to follow the ball. That would be handy. If anyone who has a hand in coding this is watching. So here we see Matt with it in his hands, looking for an angle. He's going to toss it towards the base. You see it bouncing around. It was actually a pass to Crytek. Crytek's going to pick it up. He'll throw it ahead. Gets picked up by the defense. Oh, no, Matt intercepts it, throws it right in, and an early lead by Latam. Nice grab there by Matt. So one thing you can actually do if you're the defense is technically, I think you can reset the ball by just throwing it down low or just dying with it, like jumping down with it. Looked like maybe that was the idea there. Matt intercepted him, grabbed it, threw it through for a quick score. Okay, we see the ball heading on through. I was hoping that... well, okay, there we go. I think it took a second for the spectator effects to catch up, but Exquisite's got the ball now. He's pushing forward. He goes down. Ball gets passed over to mid. It's going to get picked up by Karaj. He's going to pass it into the wall. All right, so they do have control. So here we go. All of their defenders basically backed up to the front of their base, waiting for an opportunity to grab that ball. It looks like basically what it's going to do is follow the player until someone else picks up the ball. So that's what our spectator functionality is going to be here. So it will stay with the ball on the fly, but it will not stay with it literally on the fly. So blue team still looking for an angle. They've got control of the ball. They've had it for a while. Not a lot of movement happening. I don't know if they're waiting for maybe an opportunity to grab some armor or something. You see them swinging around the top area. It's going to be difficult for them to push forward and try to take him out. He's waiting for his teammates to come through and give him some cover. Kind of like capture the flag. Matt, though, picks it up. He might be passing it ahead. He does. That's going to hit Gabo in mid. Now, mid, a pretty dangerous spot to be with this ball because there's so many angles you can get shot from. He actually drops it. I think maybe looking to pass it. He goes down. Ball gets dropped in mid. Getting picked up by Exquisite. He's going to pass it ahead. Matt's ahead now. Has a bit of an angle. He wants to try to toss it towards the enemy base. Ooh, he eats 2 quick shots when he turns that corner. Chris Powell in a killing spree. He's going to hope for some cover. Eats another shot blast. Actually, that might have been a lightning rifle. So nice defense there. Blue's going to have it on the run. And I think they're going to be, they seem to be very patient here. They don't necessarily want to make a quick push. They want to wait to get their cover in position before doing anything with that ball. It's just getting kicked around mid right now. Not a lot of progress by either team. All right, so Gabo's got the ball in hand. Looking to turn that corner. Meets head-to-head against the enemy defense. You see the pass right into a combo. Everybody in mid. And it is an orgy of destruction. Alpha coming away with some armor. Does get that ball to Brutal, who kicks it ahead. No one really there. So this is a strategy that you'll sometimes use. You throw the ball near a corner. Oh, a Redeemer comes out. That's going to wipe out 3 players from the red team. Blues jumping ahead. Bezzy Boomza with no life, but an opportunity to take the lead if he can get through there. And he gets killed on the stick, and it resets the ball. Clutch kill there. He was in mid-air heading in for the cap. That cap would have given them the lead. And instead, he gets shot down by that last little blast of Link Gun. Knocks him into the pit, resets the ball. Latam retains the lead. And what a clutch denial. And now with a chance to go even further, 40 almost speed blasts into the pit, but instead he backs it up. And what could have been a 7-point score for Blue turned into a 7-point additional lead for the red. And now it's 10-0 just like that, about a 20-second span of events. You saw Blue going from in the lead to down big. Huge turnaround there. Redeemer coming out again. We saw how huge that could be just a second ago. Only 1 kill there on Brutal. You're going to see a lot of teams try to save that Redeemer to throw right out in front of the base in a situation like this. Not much happening with it. We see some kills bouncing around, but Blue team now trying to gather themselves. They still have plenty of time, but man, it's so demoralizing to have such an opportunity to like that slip away and get turned back against you. So Blue now looking to see if they haven't really been able to put much armor on their ball runner. I'm going to try not to giggle when I say ball runner, but I'm 9 years old still, sorry. So it looks like they're going to basically look for an angle there. They haven't been passing it as much. That's something that we have seen from LATAM, is when they turn a corner and they're exposed to defenders, they want to have someone to pass the ball to. And that's really the key here. You don't want to give the defenders, you basically never want to have them aiming at the ball carrier. You want to have them constantly having to change targets, having to decide, do I shoot the guy without the ball or do I turn around and turn my back to them? LATAM's done a good job of that. Adrenaline here struggling early on, but still tons of time left, and they've been able to control the ball a little bit more, slow things down, which at least will let them kind of settle down a bit. Give you a quick look at the scoreboard while we're at it. So ball gets intercepted, taken back, is now in the hands of LATAM. Ooh, big combo, knocks him back. They do get the pickup, but they'll be on the run with it. Looking for an opportunity to turn the corner, and you can get trapped in these little side corridors. So deadly, you hear the pottery shattering. He goes down, quick clear there by Adrenaline, just singling out players and triple teaming them, taking them down, pretty clean kill. And now we've got an opportunity if they want to snag some Adrenaline or sniper rifles. There's a lot of kind of goodies, I guess you might say, on these out of the way rooms, which really incentivizes you sometimes taking the wider path versus the direct one. Players bouncing around for the ball, looking for access to it. Ooh, you saw the pass fail. And just kills all over the place. I might even back up. If this ball is going to get stuck in a corner like that, it might be easier to view it from a distance, but it looks like they've got it moving. Matt's got some armor on top too. This is a dangerous play here. I don't know. Couldn't tell if he was going to try to grab it himself or pass it, but it looks like we got a missile coming in. That'll take out. Okay, it looks like that was a suicide. So Blue kamikazing with the Redeemer, able to stop that at the very last second. They had the ball right inside their base, I guess you'd say, right inside the scoring room. Bezzy Boomson now on the run. Another Redeemer gets fired off. Bezzy's going to pass it off. Didn't see if anyone was able to grab it. There we go. Oh, he looks like he picked it up himself. So, okay, Bezzy Boomson, oh, right at the front door, tried to pass it in. Instead gets taken out, bounces out a little bit, and that's not going to do him any good. Red team now, you can see him waiting for the pass. Looks like it's going to Matt. Matt did have some armor. Possibly missed it, though, so Exquisite has it in his hands. He'll be moving ahead. Remember, you can't translocate with the ball, so that's why you're going to see people pass it to get across rooms like this. Maybe throw it down a hallway and then trans back up to it. Ball rolling downhill right now. Raz has it. Not really much health to do anything with it. He's just going to throw it back. Let's back up and get a wider angle of this. You see the ball just bouncing around, and everyone who grabs it goes down immediately. It's just a bloodbath over this ball, and you see it rolling down the stairs. It does have some physics that's tied to it. Matt took it, so we'll try to go on board with him. Looks like he's got a free run straight ahead to Crytek. Oh, he tried to pass it. I think it missed. And it's rolling back away. What an opportunity there. Nice denial there by the blue team. You definitely don't want to give up any more points. Already down 10-0, running out of time. It is a pretty long clock in this mode, but... So Karaj with it in his hands. Back on their side of the map. Really, blue team's having a hard time getting anyone with the ball very far into enemy territory. Oh, an interception here by Crytek. He's got Exquisite in front of him, throws it ahead, and there's not going to be anyone with a great angle to take him out. No shots left. That's another cap for 7 points right into the goal. Big interception there by Crytek. Grabs that ball, tosses it ahead, and you saw Exquisite was already in their base, just ready to accept that pass as soon as he grabbed it. Smart play there. Making use of the equipment, basically, right? Like, you have the translocator. You can use it when your teammate can't. You might as well get ahead. Couple of kills coming out. Blue team making a big push now. They're in the red side of the map, and I don't think Red's in position necessarily. They're going to be around the corner now. I thought they may have been able to outrun them for a split second there if they could get someone ahead, but kills coming out across the board. Brutal, Karaz both going down. So Bezzy Booms sort of just controlling things. They fired off a Redeemer and got 2 or 3 kills there. But unfortunately, it wasn't synced up to their ball runner, so they weren't able to really get anything going. Chris Power going to throw it up off the wall. I think almost grabbed it himself. Blue's got it moving again. There was a bunch of vials behind him he could soak up if he wanted. Going to give the pass up to Alpha. Alpha's going to get taken down immediately. And we might try to back up on this action here. This ball is just bouncing all around mid. Right as I say that, Matt grabs it, turns the corner, has nobody in front of him to pass it to. He's going to maybe just throw it straight into blue base. Now he just goes down, just kind of pushing it forward a little bit. No, oh, no real progress. We do see a speed boost here by Karaz, using that adrenaline to his advantage. He's up forward with nobody in front of him, though. He does completely flip the playing field, however. So if they can get that bomb back under their control, they were in great position. Exquisite throws it ahead. He goes down. Have a missile coming in from Brutal. Will follow it. Looks like it's going to head into mid. Not really do anything. I think he shot that a little bit early. Trying to cover the action. It is just crazy. 5 red players around that ball. And Karaz just gets decimated. So you see red team now with this ball, looking to try to make something happen. The pass way up to Matt. Really, really long pass there. Matt will have access to it. We'll see what he decides to do. Oh, he tries to pass to Crytek, but he gets stuck on the wall. Not going to happen. That's going to be a great interception there by Bezzy Boomza with an opportunity to turn this corner. Looks like he's using speed again. He'll be able to get into enemy base. How much health does he have? Can he withstand the shots? Oh, it looks like they grab it from it. They pass it backwards. It's just bouncing around right now. Bezzy Boomza got it right to their goal again, or right to their front door of their goal. He needs some teammates to get a couple cover kills. Matt charging with the link gun, so weak and still hasn't been taken out. Right now, Latam, this is where their fragging ability is really coming up huge. Just out shooting everyone. Everyone goes down. The ball is sitting right in front of the base, and red team with a clutch kill there. It was right in front of their goal. Nobody could scoop it up and score, and now they're going to have it on the attack yet again. So a nice kill there by Bezzy Boomza on Crytek. Looks like he has some armor, so this might be one where they want to be a little bit more meticulous. Wait for it to maybe either give him adrenaline. I was going to throw the ball on the ground. That gets picked up by Red. Red doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity there to do anything with it, but okay, we do hear it. I was waiting to see. I didn't see where that Redeemer even happened. Redeemers are just firing off all over the place. Bezzy Booms is going to make the long route happen. He gets to the enemy base, going the long way. Only one player in front of him. If he had a teammate to pass to, this would be great, but unfortunately he doesn't. Ball gets thrown on the ground. Interception there, though, by blue team. So blue right in their front door. Uses speed. He has no health left. Anything will take him out, but he's speeding ahead. All he has to do is dive in, and a clutch play there. Nice cap for the blue team, and suddenly they're back in it. He intercepted the ball, immediately popped speed, had something like 10 HP. Somehow was able to just zig and zag and avoid all their shots. And a huge 7-point cap there that keeps them in this one. Still huge lead for Latam, but they can't really be too lax here because there's every opportunity now blue to come back. Nice pass right into the base. Oh, blue team now taking the shot, looking to try to cut that lead back down to 1 score. Couldn't do it. He had 2 players on him by himself, so maybe it wasn't a bad idea just to take that shot while he could. But man, what an opportunity there. 30 seconds after a cap to try to cap again, at least to get 3 points on the board. Couldn't make it happen. Matt now with the ball and belt. going to be in great shape with some cover in front of him. He throws it ahead, but I imagine he'll be looking to pick it back up again. Red's got it in front of their base. He goes down immediately. That'll get picked up and tossed, but Courage wisely waiting for it. He's in position, just waiting for it to land in his hands. Shots ringing out all over the place. Brutal GG on a rampage. I feel like every game type he finds a way to go on a rampage. Nice clutch kill there. They had the speed boost to try to run it right back into their base and cap again. That might have been the cap that scored, or that won it with a score that would have given them 24, so it would have been a huge lead. With 3.5 minutes to go, any more scores by LATAM probably seals the deal. So clutch play there to stomp on top of them, hit him with the shock and stop that run. Toss up into midair. Matt's going to be in position for it. Has that trans out. Good fundamentals right there. Never let the ball just come to you. You always want to trans onto it just like a flag. Blue, though, takes him down. Going to maybe get this one back in their possession. Under 3 minutes to go. We need to make something happen quickly. Oh, but an interception there by Matt. Really not much of a pass by Blue. I think they were just throwing it ahead. There's another grab, this time by Courage. And Blue cleans up their base, has in control again. They will have a player in front of them. And nice job throwing the ball and then getting the kill. Alpha's going to be in great position here. Redeemer's up. Oh, Redeemer gets used immediately. The kamikaze to get 2 people off the ball. Might not be a bad move because they really need to get this ball moving. It's going to throw it ahead. Crytek's going to be in position to grab it, turn it right back around, and 4 red players all over the ball. At this point, all LATAM has to do is run out the clock. So they're in no hurry to take any risks. They'll just blob up on the ball, try to keep it away from them, and can seal the deal winning this tournament. 2 minutes away. Blue team with the interception. Bezzy booms it with an opportunity. He's got a little bit of armor. He's in a tough spot down low here. Not much ability to move out of that. Courage is ahead. He passes it ahead to him. Defense is going to be in position now. They know exactly where they are. Waiting for someone to pass it to. He's got 2 players out in front. They get it there. 3 defenders, though, and the ball gets stuck on the foot. Oh, Anubis with the kick save and a butte. In this case, the ball is going to be bouncing right back into LATAM's hands. They're going to be moving it. And as much as anything, taking precious seconds off that clock. Ooh, Matt goes down in mid. Nice cut off there. They're down to a minute to go. We saw them almost score twice in 30 seconds earlier. We know it's possible. But again, LATAM knows exactly what the situation is. They don't have to be aggressive at all. They can be very defensive. Crytek with the triple Redeemer kill. And that's huge right there. Just giving them the ball back. If they take another 30 seconds off the clock, that's probably game and tournament. Shield belt does go to them. They'll be able to pass it ahead. Ooh, it gets stuck in the wall. Now Crytek, shield belt and the ball, 30 seconds to go. I think he's going to be perfectly happy to just bounce around here. And this is the disadvantage you're at. Playing a game type like this where you can just pass the objective around can be really frustrating when you're down trying to push them, push a score in. Nice curve there. The lock on coming into play. So blue team does get the ball in their hands. I think they're going to be out of time, though. 10 seconds left. And LATAM looks like they're going to win. We do have a speed rush here to try to pull back within 1 score, but I think they're going to be out of time. And there it is. Red winning the match. LATAM sealing the deal with the bombing run game. The mixed mode tournament going to be theirs. Only losing 1 map, or really 1 game type, if you will, throughout today's matches. We'll back out. We'll take one more look at the brackets. So LATAM up 2-1 over Adrenaline. That'll give them, 7 points. I think we'll wait for these. I think the standings might be updated now. There you go. Yep, 7 points, 5 for Adrenaline, 3 for Samix Mandem, and then DW, of course, unable to field today, so give it up. 2 points to everyone else on there. So again, LATAM didn't lose a map except for that Blitz one. Pretty impressive showing. Adrenaline, though, at the end there, they made it close. They had a couple of key opportunities in that bombing run game and just couldn't quite get in the door. So again, I guess I'll fade out on this one. Appreciate everyone for hanging out. I mentioned it before, but yeah, it's been a while since I've casted on my channel. Mostly been casting, doing gigs on other channels. So thanks everyone for joining me today. Nice to have some mixed game modes going on. I had never seen bombing run in this game before, so that's pretty cool. Throwback there, Blitz, Capture the Flag, Instagib Capture the Flag, a little bit of everything. Hitting you with some kind of the buffet there. So shout outs to everybody who, followed or already followed, already subbed, donated or has ever donated, or really anyone who just kind of hung out and watched. Appreciate you. Appreciate the players showing up and, getting these matches. It can sometimes take a while when you've got to reset the hub every time, but players were pretty much on the ball. No real long waits here. So thanks to the players, thanks to the admins, and of course, thanks to viewers like you for hanging out and watching some video games on the internet. So I know it's getting late over for some of you folks across the pond. Thanks for staying up late with us. Good night. Have a good week. I know some folks, if you're like me, you still have to work a few days before the holidays hit. For those who do, hopefully it's nice and easy. And for those of you who don't, enjoy your weekend. We've got some plans ourselves, including making that nacho. I guess it's a nacho house. Anyway, I've got to pull out the whiteboard and draw up the blueprints on this one and make sure that project works. But I'm gonna get to that. I appreciate everyone for hanging out, and keep an eye out in the future. I've got a couple of fancy new gizmos to stream with, so maybe I'll be doing some more casual stuff in the future. So thanks everyone, and be safe. Have a good holiday.